Hey, lovely good evening. It's time for us to listen again to Life Silent Stream. Here we listen to Sound of Time. Hey, hi, how are you? Oh, I'm in Europe. I'm in Europe. I'm in Germany, but I'm currently in France. What kind of music you listen to? 030. What does that mean? What does that mean? 030. What does that mean? Please explain. I'm streaming from Europe here in France. Oh, area code. Area code to where? Hola, Jose Gavan. Hola, how are you?
embracing the extraordinary and the ordinary you. Tapping into hidden potential. Turning daily efforts into extraordinary outcomes. 6. Accountability to your dreams, the discipline of commitment. Setting milestones and achieving goals. Holding yourself accountable to success. 7. You are more than a giant idea, becoming the architect of your vision. Moving from concept to reality. Navigating the challenges of big ideas. 8. You are the magic design, recognizing your unique value. Embracing your strengths and individuality. Building confidence in your path. 9. Mastering your mind reflexes, harnessing mental agility. Developing quick decision-making skills. Enhancing creativity under pressure. 10. Establishing your idea, bringing your vision to life. Turning abstract ideas into tangible actions. Overcoming obstacles to implementation. 11. The restless mind, understanding why you keep searching. The search for growth and innovation. Embracing uncertainty and curiosity. 12. Consistency is key, maintaining a steady growth style. Building habits for long-term success. Avoiding the pitfalls of burnout. 13. Samples, not just examples, learning by doing. The power of hands-on experience. Creating your own roadmap. 14. Building a networking strategy, your circle of influence. The art of meaningful connections. Leveraging relationships for growth. 15. Keeping a balanced state of mind, managing stress and focus. Achieving mental stability amidst chaos. Prioritizing mental and emotional health. 16. Regulating your activities, balancing forward and backward movements. Reflecting on past lessons while moving forward. Finding the right pace for your journey. 17. Extracting the reliable resource within you. Tapping into your inner strengths. Building resilience and self-reliance. This version sharpens the themes and makes the journey more accessible, while maintaining the core ideas of personal growth, resilience, and strategy. Each chapter leads naturally into the next, offering a structured roadmap for readers. Chapter 1. Begin or be gone. Begin. Begin, the power of starting. The man on the bridge. It was 6:12 a.m. on a cold Tuesday morning when Tund found himself standing on the Pont Neuf Bridge in Paris, watching the Seine ripple in shades of gray. The city was waking up slowly. A jogger passed behind him, the sound of shoes hitting concrete breaking the quiet. Cars rolled by in the distance. But Tund didn't move. In his right pocket was a worn brown envelope, inside it, a manuscript he had written 5 years ago. Or rather, half-written. The title on the front page, The Weight of Water. It was about the invisible burden carried by African immigrants in Europe. His story. His truth. No one had read it. He had written the first 3 chapters in a burst of passion back in 2019, on the floor of a friend's apartment in Marseille. After that, life had happened. Dishwashing jobs. A rejection from the French regularization office. A breakup. Depression. Doubt. I'll finish it next week, he'd told himself. That week turned into years. He had come to this bridge today not for the view, but for an ending. He was going to toss the manuscript into the river. End the dream. Forget the book. Forget the hope. But as he pulled the envelope out of his pocket, he paused. On the opposite side of the bridge, a man was painting. A street artist, older, maybe in his 60s, wrapped in a patched coat and a scarf that fluttered in the wind. His canvas wasn't fancy. Just a slab of cardboard propped on an easel. But he was painting like the world depended on it. Broad strokes. Bold colors. No hesitation. Tund couldn't stop watching. When the artist took a break, Tund approached him. Bonjour, he said, hesitantly. Bonjour, the painter nodded, smiling. Beautiful morning to begin, eh? Begin? Tund repeated. The painter tapped his brush on the cardboard. Every morning, I paint. Even if I'm tired. Even if it rains. I start. That's the trick. Not finishing. Starting. Tund looked down at the envelope in his hand. It suddenly felt heavier. I was going to throw this away, he said. It's something I started years ago. The painter studied the envelope like it held secrets. Then finish it, he said gently. But only after you start again. Tund didn't throw the envelope. Instead, he walked back to the metro and took the train home. That afternoon, he pulled out his old laptop, blew off the dust, and typed the title again, The Weight of Water. He didn't rewrite the whole book. He only wrote one paragraph. But that was the moment everything changed. Reflection. Tund's story is not about genius or perfection. It's about beginning. His first attempt wasn't enough, but it never is. The value of beginning lies not in immediate results, but in the power it unlocks. Like Tund, we often stand on metaphorical bridges, ready to give up on dreams we haven't fully lived. Yet all it takes is one small act, the decision to start again, for our story to continue. Every masterpiece, every movement, every meaningful change begins not with a grand gesture, but with a simple choice. To begin. Every journey, no matter how grand or humble, starts with a single step. In a world where it's easy to get caught up in overthinking, waiting for the perfect moment, or being paralyzed by fear, beginning is often the most difficult, but also the most crucial action we can take. The difference between those who achieve their dreams and those who don't isn't always talent or resources, but the willingness to take that first step. Aminata had always been a quiet girl. Growing up in a dusty corner of Senegal, her voice often got lost in the chaos of a large, vibrant household. Her father was a fisherman who rarely returned home sober, and her mother, a market woman, bore the burden of 5 children on tired shoulders. From an early age, Aminata learned to suppress her dreams in favor of survival. But there was one dream she never buried, a dream to sing. At night, when the compound fell silent, she would hum softly to herself, mimicking the voices she heard on the old radio, voices that felt like freedom. She never sang out loud, not even to her mother. Not because she couldn't, but because she feared what would follow. Laughter. Judgment. Dismissal. Then one day, something changed. It wasn't grand or dramatic. She had been walking past the local community center when she saw a flyer stuck to the wall with rusted nails. It read, Youth Talent Showcase, all voices welcome. Her heart fluttered, then clenched. She kept walking. That night, she stared at the ceiling in her small room. The word begin pulsed through her mind like a stubborn drumbeat. Her voice, which had lived in hiding, wanted out. Days passed. She walked by the center again. The flyer was still there. On the final day of registration, Aminata showed up. She clutched the paper in her hand like it was a lifeline. When the organizer asked for her name, she whispered it so softly he had to ask twice. You're in, he said, scribbling her name down. Just like that, she had taken her first step. When the night of the showcase came, Aminata trembled behind the curtain. Her legs felt like soft clay, her palms were rivers of sweat. Then she remembered her grandmother's words, even the baobab tree starts with a seed. She walked on stage. And she sang. Her voice cracked in the beginning. But then it found its place. It soared, not perfect, but pure. The crowd was stunned into silence, and then erupted. For the first time, her voice filled a room. And it didn't vanish. It stayed. Years later, she wouldn't remember every note she sang that night. But she would remember the feeling, the freedom of starting. That one decision, that single act of beginning, changed the course of her life. She didn't become a world-famous singer, not right away, but she did become a voice. And for a girl who had lived in silence, that was everything. Just like Aminata, many of us have a voice, a gift, a dream, buried beneath fear, silence, or self-doubt. But the journey begins not when we are ready, but when we dare to step forward anyway. Whether you want to start a book, change careers, move cities, or simply speak up for yourself, begin. That single step, as uncertain as it feels, may be the one that sets your soul free. Starting can be intimidating. It often comes with uncertainty and the possibility of failure. However, beginning is what separates ideas that remain locked in our minds from realities that shape our lives. In this book, we will explore the transformative power of beginning and how the act of starting can open doors to personal growth, fulfillment, and success. Why start? 1. Break through fear. Fear is one of the biggest barriers to starting. The fear of failure, judgment, or even success can keep us stuck. But the truth is, fear will always exist. The key is not to wait until it disappears, but to act in spite of it. Starting helps diminish the power of fear over time. 2. Build momentum. Once you start, you create momentum. The first action may feel small, but it sets the wheels in motion. Momentum breeds confidence, and with each small step, you move closer to your goals. Often, the most difficult part of any task is getting started. 3. Learn through doing. Many people get trapped in endless planning and preparation, thinking that they need to have all the answers before they start. However, true learning happens through experience. By beginning, you allow yourself to adapt and grow as you face real-world challenges. 4. Transform ideas into reality. Ideas alone have no power unless acted upon. When you start, you give life to your vision. Even if the outcome isn't perfect right away, the process of beginning transforms abstract thoughts into tangible progress. How to begin? 1. Start small. Big goals can be overwhelming, but breaking them down into smaller, manageable tasks makes them more approachable. Take one small action today. Send that email, make that call, or write the first sentence. Small beginnings lead to great things. 2. Embrace imperfection. Don't wait for everything to be perfect before you start. Perfection is an illusion that can trap you in indecision. Begin with what you have, where you are, and refine as you go. Progress is better than perfection. 3. Create a routine. Once you start, consistency is key. Develop habits that support your progress. Even small, daily actions can lead to significant long-term results. Starting is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process. 4. Stay flexible. Your path won't always be straightforward. Starting allows you to learn, pivot, and adjust your approach as you gain clarity and insight. Being flexible will help you navigate obstacles and stay on course. The mindset of beginning. To begin is to step into the unknown with the belief that the journey is worth it. It requires courage, determination, and a willingness to grow. As you start, remember that every master was once a beginner. The more you start, the more you build the habit of taking action, and the closer you come to fulfilling your potential. Begin is not just about starting a task, a project, or a career. It's about embracing a mindset that values action, resilience, and the courage to move forward. Let this book serve as a guide to help you unlock the power of beginning, because the moment you start, you set the stage for something greater than you could have ever imagined. The year was 2020. A global lockdown had wrapped the world in silence. In France, I sat in a cramped room with no bank account, no work permit, no legal identity, just the echo of my thoughts and the weight of memories. It was a hot afternoon. I had just returned from a long night shift, one I wasn't even supposed to work, covering for someone else in a system that wasn't made for people like me. As I lay down, the phone rang. It was a call from home. The voice on the other end delivered news that dropped like a stone in my chest. My childhood friend, Festus, was struggling again in Zaria. Festus was 28. Old enough to be a father, he had said once on the phone. But what kind of father could he be in a world where survival is a privilege of the strong, the rich, the lucky? Festus and I grew up together in Kaduna State. We shared dreams, stories, and the same dusty classrooms. Life separated us after secondary school. He stayed back to fight the everyday war in Nigeria while I embarked on the treacherous path of immigration. His mother was like mine. Our bloodlines ran through the same neighborhoods of struggle. That day, his voice brought back echoes of the past. I remembered Paulinus too, another brother lost too soon. He died at 22, buried beneath the weight of sacrifice and poverty, just like so many others whose only crime was being born into the wrong part of the world. Life, I've come to realize, is the land of survivors. And yet, it's also a land of contradiction, the brave and the broken, the rich and the robbed, the powerful and the powerless. You survive by being smart or by being lucky. Sometimes, you pay a bribe. Sometimes, you hide the truth. Sometimes, the most dangerous thing you can do is be honest. We live in a world of paper promises. Governments print them. Families hope in them. Immigrants chase them. But when you're undocumented, those promises feel more like traps. Even now, an unopened envelope sat on my table, a response to my regularization request. I didn't need to open it to know it said no. Festus talked about wanting a family, but I couldn't imagine bringing a child into this broken system. He struggled in Zaria. I struggled in Paris. 2 men, 2 continents, 1 shared reality. I remember when he visited me in Abuja. We wandered through Asokoro and Mitama, gazing at the beautiful homes and flashy cars, soaking in dreams that seemed close enough to touch, yet impossibly far from reach. We laughed, but there was sadness behind our smiles. We were village boys with big dreams. That day, we dreamed of building empires, big houses, beautiful women, happy families, and lives far from lack. But even our laughter felt like a borrowed luxury. Paulinus had those dreams too. Education, hard work, none of it saved him. He died believing that life would get better after school. But life doesn't follow plans. It has its own brutal logic. So now, every day I wake up and do what I must, work illegally, move silently, and try to survive. France isn't the land of milk and honey. It's just another jungle. Cleaner, maybe. But still brutal. Still unforgiving. Still, I dream. I think of Festus. I think of the boys we used to be. And I keep moving, even if it's just to keep from falling. Chapter 2, Begin or Begone. Delay. It's a quiet killer, hard to notice, easy to justify. I've met it in many forms: fear, doubt, insecurity, lack of resources. But no matter its mask, the result is always the same: stagnation. I remember the phrase clearly: begin or begone. My English department head, Professor Jensen Gorge, hurled those words at me in frustration when I kept procrastinating on my project. It wasn't that I didn't care, I just didn't feel ready. But he saw through me. Delay had wrapped me in its comfortable chains. In 2011, after returning from India due to academic issues, I confided in my mentor, Mr. Michael Adebayo. I want to write a book, I told him for the 11th time. I wanted to share my story, my struggles, my lessons. He was patient, at first. But one day, his tone changed. Ernest, either begin writing your damn book or be gone from my phone, he said. Don't call me about that book unless you've started writing it. That night, I sat with his words. They stung. Not because they were cruel, but because they were true. The truth is, we don't delay because we're lazy. We delay because we're afraid. Afraid of failing. Afraid we're not enough. But delay is just fear wearing a respectable face. Psychologists say 92% of people never achieve their goals. Not because they don't have dreams, but because they delay acting on them. Delay is seductive, it whispers, you'll start tomorrow. But tomorrow becomes next week. Next week becomes next year. And life passes. Begin or be gone became my mantra. Delay isn't just about time. It's about life. Every minute you delay beginning, life is slipping by, unwritten, unlived, and unexplored. You can't control everything, but you can begin. Start that business. Write that story. Call that person. Apply for that job. Say yes to yourself. I began writing that night after Michael hung up on me. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. And that's the difference between those who dream and those who do. Beginners begin. So here's what I've learned from life in the shadows, from delayed dreams and unopened letters. Begin. Or be gone. Would you like me to help format this into a full book outline or help with the next chapter? The year was 2020. There has been a lockdown as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. Here I was in France, and without a source of income. I have not had a bank account for almost 12 years because I did not have the credentials to open a bank account, an illegal immigrant without work permit and couldn't work. It was a hot afternoon. I had just returned from my night shift that stretched into the next, having covered in for a colleague who called in sick. I received a call from a relative. The news was about my childhood friend, Festus. He was 28, old enough to be a father, but no, he's still struggling to survive in Zaria in Kaduna State. His mother was like my mother too. The other day on phone he told me about Kaduna and the difficulty of getting employment. Shortly after our secondary school we both split, for the sake of life hustle. He talked to me about being old enough to be a father, but before considering bringing another individual or group of persons called children, to join him in the land of the survival of the strong, survival of the rich, and survival of the powerful, where he is currently surviving. If I can remember, another friend of mine, Paulinus, died some years ago. He was 22. In his brief life, hell, he lived trying to survive, trying to support his mother and other extended family members. The truth is that life is a land of survivors. But this very land, it also has the brave / the sheer, the cold-hearted / the kind-hearted, the shy / the bold, the greedy / the generous, the strong / the weak. Of different colors, they all survive with different means. But you must also understand that it is the land of the free and the cage. No one here is free or caged. It's a circle. You have to meander. Sometimes, to survive you have to pay a fee. It's sometimes called a bribe. Sometimes you have to hide an event from the open crowd. The most dangerous weapon against mankind is the truth. You don't stand for the truth, you stand where you will be safe. It's called survival. So when the topic of how you are coping in your everyday existence comes up, it's a matter of how you have managed to survive. Some people in this land have been able to negotiate their way around the creeks of this land called Earth. Many centuries long past has recorded how others came, saw, fought, conquered, and left. The heritage of Earth is neither here nor there, you are your currency. You have to mend and dent your own adventurous weapons. Many comrades in this ghetto have equipped themselves with sound education, knowledge, and wisdom. Some have taken it too far, so that, however much you try to double your effort, you will not catch up with them. It's not to say I blame anyone of such power to go the extra mile, to stand above you, in terms of how collected they are. Everyone in this field is grassing their farm, everyone is encouraged to plant their seeds. Look how some part of the garden is looked upon like a land where only helpless people are residents. It's called Africa. People, there are not more or less different. But the account of the harvest seems to be infertile. Some comrades there have even accumulated water and bread, enough to last a lifetime. It's all survival. While you seed around, or while you jump around, Wait around, some even walk around the garden, searching for water and bread. You should expect nothing from those that have secured a reservoir to share with you, even if they did share some cup of water with you. Once in a while, or even much enough to carry you a distance through the journey of life, it should be considered an act of benevolence, because it's the land of survival. Millions of citizens in this land have traveled thousands of miles, far apart, away into the wild, into the jungle, some into the deepest of forests. Some have buried their entire lifetime studying hard, learning hard, working hard. Some have made enormous bold sacrifices. Some have made the ultimate sacrifice of life and blood. And then we still wonder what exactly is wrong, or again, all for the sake of surviving. Some have been told to not concern themselves with hard work, and others continue to preach the gospel of the result of hard work. You will be surprised how those who say working smart is the sure address to surviving with ease, cruise with soft fresh bread, and how they gallivant with their daily supplies to the tone that will sing you to a hasty end. It's sometimes very complicated. But you know the saying that goes about, what is good for the Pharisees is also good for the Gentiles. Let me get back to the story of my friend who died prematurely, if there is such thing as too young to die. My friend suffered all through his life to see himself through school because he believed that after school his life was going to get better. Every day we speak on the phone. We were making plans, but it never actually came to reality because he died even before we could initiate any of our plans to make money. He wanted to become a sea dredger. And I wanted to own one of the biggest multimedia companies in the world. I don't know, at one time he visited me in Abuja and I took him round the city of Abuja. Doc Communication was my favorite company in Abuja. AIT TV station in Asakoro was my favorite place to take him. And then we had a long talk, talking about life, how we had to struggle while we're in primary school together, all the things we plan to accomplish in life, all the things we wish we would have owned, all the plans we have made for our mothers and fathers and our siblings. We were planning to build big houses, buy crazy cars, travel the world, get ourselves beautiful women, have beautiful kids, make a wonderful families. Everything we desire as humans to live good life were affordable, but we couldn't afford any. The bar of life is set between your desires and the price to pay for you really want. I remember the last time Festus visited me in Abuja, so I wanted to show him how to leave the live in Abuja, so I took him to the expensive area where the rich in Nigeria living in Abuja reside. We take a stroll Asakoro. We went down to Metama. And we were looking at all the beautiful houses, expensive and exquisite buildings. We bask in the euphoria of our to become wealthy men, the dream of every young man. Look at us standing by the roadside looking at how expensive cars drive past, and everything we desire was right there in front of us, yet very far away from us. I mean, look at us coming from nothing, all the way from our village with nothing. Can we ever get this type of wealth? You see, the fact remains that we are just a being, and it is out of our power to segment our destiny. Now I am ready to get into the chat. So I woke up late that afternoon, the sun cutting through the cracks of my poorly drawn curtains. My body ached from the long shift, but I had grown used to the pain. The life of an illegal immigrant wasn't a glamorous one. In fact, the word glamour didn't exist in my world, not with the choices I'd made. I lay there for a moment, the dull sound of the city outside, muffled by my thoughts. Festus' voice from yesterday still echoed in my head. I hadn't spoken to him in months, but hearing his voice took me back to the days in Zaria, to the nights we stayed up talking about everything from our dreams to the next day's survival. We were just two young boys then, unaware of what the world would do to us. But life isn't about dreams, it's about survival. The rich get richer, the powerful more powerful, and the weak, well, they barely hang on. I never imagined that years later, I'd be in a tiny room in France, living out the exact opposite of those dreams. And yet, Festus was still there, in Zaria, trying to survive the same battle. It was as though life had handed us each a paper promise, fragile, flimsy, and easy to tear. I got up from bed and shuffled to the small table by the window. On it lay a half-empty pack of cigarettes, a few coins, and an envelope. The envelope had been there for days, unopened. It was from the government. I didn't need to open it to know what it said. I had applied for regularization, a way to become a legal resident, but deep down, I knew what the answer would be. It always was the same. Another rejection. Another reminder that I was an outsider, a ghost moving through this country. I reached for a cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply. The smoke filled my lungs, a temporary distraction from the reality that surrounded me. It wasn't the first time I had tried to fix my situation, but each attempt ended the same way, with a letter, a refusal, and a return to the shadows. The system was designed to keep people like me invisible, faceless, and voiceless. Festus had spoken about wanting to be a father, but what kind of world was there to bring a child into? A world where even the strong barely made it through, where survival meant bending the truth, where the lines between right and wrong were blurred beyond recognition. He was still in Zarya, struggling, much like I was here, in a different city, but the same battle. In the back of my mind, I knew I needed to respond to him, to tell him how life really was here, how the stories of Europe being a land of opportunity were nothing more than fairy tales. But how could I break that news to someone who still held on to hope? How could I tell him that being in France, without papers, without a voice, was no better than being back in Kaduna? Sure, the streets here were cleaner, the buildings taller, but the struggle remained the same. I took another drag from the cigarette. Paulinus' death had reminded me of how fleeting life was. He was 22, a year younger than I was when I left Nigeria. He had dreams too, but life swallowed him whole. No one cared, not really. Life was brutal like that. It chewed you up, spat you out, and moved on. The land of the survivors, that's what we called it. And surviving meant bending, breaking, doing whatever was necessary just to see another day. I glanced at the clock. It was almost time to head out again. I had another shift tonight, and though I didn't have the legal right to work, I couldn't afford not to. Cash in hand, no questions asked. That was the deal. It was dangerous, but what choice did I have? This wasn't about living anymore, it was about not dying. As I got dressed, I thought again about Festus and the others we had grown up with. Most of them were still back in Nigeria, still facing the same struggles we all faced. Some had found their way out, but at what cost? And the rest, well, they were like Paulinus, buried before they ever truly lived. The streets of France weren't paved with gold. They were lined with broken dreams, with the hopes of people like me who had come here thinking they would find a better life. But in the end, it was all the same. It didn't matter if you were in Zarya or Paris, the world was the same everywhere. You either fought to survive or you got swallowed whole. I locked the door behind me and stepped out into the fading light. The air was cooler now, but my thoughts were heavy. Somewhere, in a far-off place called Zarya, Festus was waiting for my call. But what could I possibly tell him? How could I explain that even here, in the so-called land of opportunity, the battle was just as hard? I lit another cigarette as I walked, the familiar weight of my worries pressing down on me. There were no answers, only more questions. And tomorrow, I'd wake up and do it all over again, another day in the land of paper promises. To talk about delay. Begin or begone. If I want to simply define the meaning of begin, it will simply mean start, and be gone will mean leave. Generally, people tend to develop ideas in the mind, but most of the time, people are rendered completely helpless when it's time to start, maybe because they don't have everything to support the idea to begin. The amazing trajectory is that they often won't abandon the idea. They simply prefer to stifle and delay the act of starting work on the idea. The reason why this chapter is headed Begin or Begone is to enumerate the essence of taking action, or let the action's hat be. Let me try here to divert into illustrating the meaning. Begin or begone mean delay, or the act of postponing, hindering, or causing something to occur more slowly than normal, which is known as delay. But to establish the ideal explanation that can take effect on the subject matter of the context of delay for the satisfaction of the reader, let's define what delay means for the sake of the topic here. that delay means to get started without delay. Researchers of human and behavioral science have said that a staggering 92% of people who set yearly on long-term goals never actually achieve them, courtesy of delay in the decision-making process, lack of effective action plan, poor goal strategies, and lack of the sense of purpose, vision, or passion. That's according to research by the University of Scranton. Reports show that 90% of people fail to meet their goals every year. When you fail to meet your target objectives and goals in your life, be sure that it can set you back and leave you discouraged and frustrated. It's also a known fact that only 8% of people defeat the don't delay and procrastination syndrome. Here's the thing. If you want to break the cycle, do what the other 8% of goal setters do. Consistently and exceptionally confront with the fear of delay and start working away from the delay comfort zone now. I heard these 5 words begin or begone from the head of my English department professor when I was to start writing my project because I was taking too much time to begin the project. My head of department, HOD, Jensen Gorge, and my English professor Anandi Topno were both young lecturers, friendly and also very much like students. They were both my project supervisors, but because they understood me and other students, they didn't care much about how and when to start and complete my project. I took their simplicity and friendly understanding as to my everyday reason and excuses for not beginning my task even though I knew it was getting late to submit my project. My HOD will look at me every time and say, "I was once like you, but a time will come you will understand what you are doing to yourself." So in 2011, I had problems with my studies and I was back in Nigeria from India where I was studying, and I was talking to my mentor Mr. Michael Adebayo every time about my plans on writing a book. I will call him on the phone and say, "Sir, I am thinking of writing a book about my life experience and how I have grown over the years." I will tell him how I feel the need to write this book that have been in my head for a long time. He simply advised me to start writing on the subject that I have interest on that I feel will connect with whoever is going to read it. And he is always keen to tell me the truth. If you want to write a book, go ahead and start. Begin writing, and do not come back asking me for permission. He reminded me that it was the 11th time I have told him about the idea. I thought I was making sense to him telling him about my plan to write a book. One day I called as usual and kicked into telling him about the inspirational youth leadership conference I had attained, and how it has opened my eyes and inspired me to write the book now. He listened to me quietly, and for a few minutes he was silent on the phone. I thought he was sleeping over the conversation. So I attempted to hung off the phone, then I heard, "Until you have begun writing your stupid book, don't call me." So I went back into my shell thinking what I have said wrong about the book, not knowing it was the overtime. Too much planning that got him to send me off over the phone. When I got home that evening, I realized that he had grown sick and tired of my inability to do anything on my own, always seeking recommendations and permission. I was afraid. I was not ready and hoping that talking to him can give me a shortcut to the way to gain some confidence. But it was all signs of procrastination and delaying my own life growth. Delay in life has different interpretation and meanings in different circumstance depending on the situation you are living your life. There's delay and there is procrastination. There is a fine thin line between these two analogies. You have to search for the interpretations that best describe your delaying syndromes. The purpose of these book is to reinterpret the variables of most common factors that influence our indifference, human characteristic and behavior towards achieving certain goals in life. Let's make an attempt to define delay. Delay is a retarded, slow and slacking motion that detain decision-making process which mean to cause an action to be late or behind in movement or progress. Delay, however, can imply a situation that is holding back on a supposing immediate effect, usually any interference from completion of an action or slowing down an arrival or departure is delay. It also implies that a reduction of speed or the inability to start, begin or commence is delay. There are two types of delay that I consider the major causes of delay: controllable or deliberate delay. A controllable delay is often suggesting deliberate intention, slacking in an easing up or relaxing of power or effort to carry out a particular task even when the decision is yours to make. The most common factor that contribute to an effectiveness of initiating the mindset in other to start and be effective in demonstrating activeness in a plan, project, business, or any form of establishment is a deliberate detention in application of the action, which implies to holding back an action beyond reasonable appointed time. What are the etymology of deliberate delay? 1. Lack of firm command of the idea. 2. Lack of confidence. 3. Low self-esteem. 4. Poor decision-making process. 5. Lack of strong-willed principles. It's a common norm in the recent days generation that everyone seems to be making effort to gain recognition in their various field of endeavors. Sometimes they forget their real-life purpose, even more so. The average percentage of people who can start and complete a task are lower than the percentage of people who some work starts and after a short while, they abandon what they have already started, while a greater chunk never gets to start at all. There are concerns that I consider to be of almost importance. Lack of firm command of ideals. Let me try to break this down, the state of being without or not having enough of something. There is no lack of natural or human resources in Nigeria. Lack of ideas is the worst mental illness that can ever fell on a person. That is why when a person is mentally ill, he has no idea with what's going on around him. Synonyms: absence, want, need, deficiency, insufficiency, shortage, shortfall, scarcity, paucity, unavailability, scarceness, undersupply, deficit, scantiness, sparseness, meagerness, inadequacy, shortness, deprivation, destitution, privation, famine, drought, poverty, non-existence, rareness, infrequency, uncommonness. Now these are a bunch of problems that you are loaded with if you lack the potentials to identify your own ideas and firmly establish yourself upon that ideas. Now take a moment and understand the primary reason why you are yet to commence your project, reason being that you have enough time, or other reason, excuses beyond reasonable doubts, that it has something to do with the Almighty. What is delay? Procrastination, lag, loiter, dawdle, dally all means to move or act slowly so as to fall behind. Delay usually implies putting off of something, such as a beginning or departure. Affective factors. Ambulance on traffic lane, any long or extreme delay, he may die before we arrive the hospital. We cannot delay any longer. Procrastinate implies blameworthy delay, especially through laziness or apathy. Procrastinates about making decisions, especially in a dangerous situation. Lag implies failure to maintain a speed set by others. Lagging behind in technology. Loiter and dawdle imply delay while in progress, especially in walking, but dawdle more clearly suggests an aimless wasting of time. Loitered at several store windows. Children dawdling on their way home from school. Dally suggests delay through trifling or vacillation when promptness is necessary. Stop dallying and get to work. Procrastination, to put off intentionally the doing of something that should be done. As one person rightly said, procrastination never won a race, received a promotion, or changed the outcome of any situation. There is no value to procrastination, yet everyone does it from time to time. So the first thing I want to talk about in this section is procrastination in our everyday lives. I will be the first to admit that I have been guilty of procrastination several times. For example, I build my house that I live in right now, and it took my 9 months to do it, but there were 3 things I didn't finish that I said I would do. 1. I said I would install a storm door on side entrance. I had the storm door stored in my shop while I was still building the house, but I did not install it until last year, almost 5 years after I said I would do it. Now there are still 2 other small jobs in my house that probably wouldn't take me more than 1 hour to do, but guess what? I haven't done them. Of course, none of these things that are going on actually cause any real problems, but they certainly are examples of procrastination. All of us are guilty of this in one way or another in our everyday life. For instance, many times we plan on going to the doctor when we should, whether it be for a regular checkup or for a pain that we are having, and end up postponing the plan until the little pet grow into an enormous virus. Many of us plan to build things or go certain places, but we always manage to find a reason not do them. Sometimes we suffer great heartache because of procrastination. For example, someone have wanted to tell their mother, father, or someone close to them how much they loved them and appreciated them, but they waited too long and that person dies before they had the chance. The same thing has happened to family members who were angry at one another, and then one day they decide their differences aren't worth keeping them separated from each other, but the decision comes too late and the person dies without ever knowing that you had forgiven them. The truth is that it's okay, just begin or begone. Start writing your book or forget about it. Stop talking and whining, and waging your tail like a little pupil dog. Stop trying to build a mountain of the reason why you have waited so long to approve yourself. The only gift that you have left is to begin. Every time you try to escape the beginning, you have committed a crime of procrastination, and that is the gateway to limiting the time you need to rule over your dreams in your circle of life. At a point in the trajectory of our existence, you just need to build that foundation that you're required to begin writing your new page of a better future. It's okay if you can't continue, but from the foundation you have laid, you realize that you already have something to look at in the process to establish your spirit and consciousness of what you truly think about when you are growing. Just stop thinking about it and start working for it. It's long overdue for action. Don't let your perfect view fade away. Every time you delay yourself from taking a step in the direction of your perfect idea, you lose the quality of your vision. As time passes you by, your perfect picture get blur and you can no longer see the picture clear. Take age for instance. There are moves you can possibly make while you are in your youthful age that you cannot make in your average adulthood. So anytime you conceived an idea and you picture that exactness of how you would have want things to be around you, do not risk it by letting time reload while you are still wondering in your thought about it. You may have to write it down if you can, and try to avoid letting blinks of impossibilities be against you. Imagine you are enjoying the aurora of the beacon brightness of the sun out of the cloud with a clear perfection of the sparkle view through your window during the early hours of the beginning of your day at your balcony. Remember, that is the only time the beauty of the sunrise shows, and that is when you enjoy the view. That is when you grab the perfect observation of the shining spiral clips of the sunrise. If you delay in capturing the moment, you have to wait till the next day to regain the climbs of the view. The risk and chance are that you may not have the perfect atmosphere again. Take action the very moment you think is possible for you to do so, because the longer you wait, the more you tend to lose the resolution of the clearer view, until the perfection of the picture disappears. Reading books and listening to audio tapes won't vitalize your habits. Ask yourself these questions. How many more books do you have to read? How many more skill acquisition training and workshops, entrepreneurship programs, motivational conference around the world with successful people do you want to listen to before you realize that as much as you think you are preparing yourself for your beautiful, elegant ideas, you are donating your time willful and putting your resources out there for free. Every time you attain a powerful seminar, you have just invested money and made some guy or group of guys richer than you. Patronizing other people's ideas is the most common and famous way of making smart people rich. The more you spend your energy talking and broadcasting the event held by other organizations, you reduce your ability to define your individual capacity to begin. Do not depend on the knowledge that they made you feel you need to start your idea. Don't be deceived by the powerful workshops organized to make you feel that you need their knowledge to build yourself. They are only selling you their own life experience, because while you are busy buying their talk shows and handbooks and business design books, entrepreneurship booklets in an effort to build yourself, it is a complete waste of time. You do not need to know every bit of your idea before you can start. Bestsellers and public speakers and motivational speakers and philosophers have made us to believe that you can only make your dream a reality in life if you have a sound knowledge of the business scope. But most of these theories that became our pal began without an idea of the future. Some began their business out of frustration, and today they are selling out stadiums just to tell you when is the right time to start your own ideas, how to start your business, or all of that put together. It's either you begin or you be gone. Don't return to my office and repeat the same question because you are afraid to venture. Any idea that is in your head for many years and you are still nursing the idea like a mother growing up a child means you are not the owner of that idea. You don't deserve the idea. The universe will not be happy with you for such a crime against the idea community. People will tell you what they always want to become in life. Some would say, I want to become a doctor or an astronaut, and I ask them the question, what happened? I realized this strategy a few days ago, and I wake up at midnight and began writing. In fact, I started writing 3 tittle books and a movie script at the same time, because I held it back for more than 10 years hoping one day I will be a writer. The first day I sign up on Instagram, I describe myself as a writer. For years later, I still see the description the same, and I ask myself, who am I? Really, who am I deceiving calling myself a writer? I have it all in my head and I began to think, I was living the real life of a writer that I have created in my head. There is nothing wrong with being aggressive, taking charge of your idea into the playing field. People will always tell you not to rush things, that you need to take a landscape study, make a plan before you act. It has been a handful of excuses that will only help you delay your ideas until some guy you met 4 years ago are on TV selling their products. No one cares about your stupid dreams, your breathtaking giant ideas, and your smartness don't matter. All that people care about is the guy who makes things happen, and when you are not that guy, you have got to pack at the park view and wait for them to conduct their business affairs because you have shown no reproach on your own self. The secret of beginning is beginning. You have to begin. Be willing to face the failing point and learn from the point where you have failed. Too much of tech know-how is a danger to a beginners. When you are told to go to school and become a better person, how true is that without applying yourself in the workplace? So you need to forget about the knowing how and just get going with your hunch. Why you should forget about the whole details. The most interesting part of an adventure is not knowing what you are going to meet. A hunter can never tell what animals he is going to kill. Don't be greedy to your own thinking. You do not need all the tools in hand before you began. Yes, everyone would agree and tell you to prepare yourself and equip yourself. Even I agree with that, but if you begin to weigh the formation of the situation, you agree also that some situation need you to just improvise, and that is how you start. Not all the war fought and every hero wins the fight with the original weapons. Some fight can be won with just casting a stone. The first time you begin thinking about your future, some ideas that will comes into your head and you begin to wonder the possibility. And if you do yourself the harm of laying out the difficulties in your mind based on what you think could stop you from acting out your ideas by exaggerating the challenges, and then certainly along the line you will give up. Yet when someone asks you on a subject of your interest, like what are your dreams, you will be bold enough to remember you have a dream that you obviously couldn't defend and let go because you are too afraid to establish your thoughts about what your dreams are. Think about it. Ideas are like a pregnancy. When you transformed the idea as a dream, it becomes like baby, and when the ideas start to function in practice, it becomes like child. All of this takes a process and have various stages, and significant change are expected in different shape, sizes, and all of them must be reinforced by the caretaker who is the idea generator, which is you. I met some group of young undergraduates from the university and was chatting with them one after the other. One of them told me how he dreamed to build his own cars. Big dreams, yes. And the other girl told me she wants to become a model and a fashion designer. So I asked them individually, what has been the stopping challenge they believe could possibly deprive them of their dreams? The male said, hey, I'm still in school, and I want to concentrate on my studies first. Cool, right? Yes, and the female said she need money to start her ideas. Wow, how I wish I was still in college. A lot of things we never learn is that while in college is that you are still studying at the university. You have the opportunity to get away with almost everything. But when you are a student, a lot of things are happening at the same time, and you will only identify yourself if you know what you want from life. The best place to start anything that your mind is designing in your head as an idea is while you are still in college. I mean, you have nothing to lose, right? After all, if you failed while still in the college, you can still hold on to your academic and graduate and become whatever else. But I like to see you try your idea in the university, and I challenge you that you will become the industries are built by small ideas. You are not really a threat to anybody. While a student, most of your competitors won't pay attention to your brand because they think you are going to fall before you are out of college. But it's your tenacity and courage that will overthrow those skeptics, and practically you have to begin by going a distance of a few hundred miles because nobody will stop you. Only you can stop yourself. Start the first time around. The first time around that you think of doing something is the best chance to start off, but contemplation leads to procrastination, and finally you lose the push. If you base your idea on getting the full diagram of what you are, or where you are going to do from beginning to the end, then you will wait for eternity. It's energy consuming to keep talking about a project that is in your mind for too long a period. Even dogs don't enjoy food that is cold. Your creative reasoning will continue to bring new dynamic ideas, and each time your creative mind will present you with novel scope of thoughts in a form of idea. The ideas that you are creating in your mind is like a dream drawing. From the begin to the end depend on the narratives and the monologue, the dialogue. You have to show the scene of the event of your conception so that you can efficiently demonstrate the phantom manifesto and agenda that your ideas present to the world. When you continue to dream and cannot adopt a clearer annotation of your idea in reality, it's no different from not thinking about it at all. There are people who have carried their dreams throughout their childhood. I wonder how they manage to carry the burden all their life, and some even die without the manifestation of their dreams or idea. They only hope that someone help them to actualize that idea, but hoping on another individual to help you define your idea is lame, is the dumbest excuse ever said by man. Many established entrepreneurs that create and invented ideas that help develop the world today were people that face rejections, and nobody ever believe in their ideas and spirit. You have heard the word delays is dangerous, and you think it's about being late to a dinner date or language class. It means as you delay to start your concept and idea now that you could have someone else who have the guts and enthusiastic spirit will steal the show from you because you are not the only one thinking about that idea. Be aware that every day one idea is being considered by millions of people. The difference is that the first person to establish and convince the public demand with your idea win the title. It's like betraying your own ideas and abandoning your dreams. No one will trust an idea that you cannot trust the maker of the idea. You have to believe in the skill that you have before you can earn the applause of the whole room. Chapter 2. Identify your purpose. There are thousands of theories, philosophies, and ideology that agree with the logical explanation of how to live your life with a purpose. Basically, when you have lived a fulfilled life, happy, content, and experience inner peace that sounds like the ultimate fulfillment of a life well spent with a purpose. It's critical that you understand the true nature of your life's purpose and how it actually reach its fullness while you are trying to obtain some degree of satisfaction. Your life purpose consists of the central motivating aims of your life, the reasons you get up in the morning. Purpose can guide life decisions, influence behavior, shape goals, offer a sense of direction, and create a meaning. For some people, purpose is connected to vocation, meaningful career, satisfying work. For others, their purpose lies in their responsibilities to their family or friends. Others seek meanings through spirituality or religious beliefs. Some people may find their purpose clearly expressed in all these aspects of life. Purpose will be unique for everyone. What you identify as your path may be different from others. What's more is that your purpose can actually shift and change throughout life in response to the evolving priorities and fluctuations of your own experiences. Questions that may come up when you reflect upon your life purpose are: who am I? Where do I belong? When do I feel fulfilled? Barb Lohnert, Ph.D. and Mary Jo Kreitzer, PN, Ph.D., University of Minnesota. There is clear difference between your purpose and your passion to find your passion and life purpose. You most distinguish between both. What is a life purpose? In my own definition, life purpose is simply the ability to live a life that affects your community in a positive model. Your life purpose is a commitment of oneself into doing something or certain life duties because you are satisfied with the feedback, without expectation of reward. The irony of life purpose is that, if you are committed to rendering services which completely is your life purpose, your rewards are unconditional and unavoidable. This is why it's important to find yourself and discover your life purpose early enough in your life circle in order to enjoy your existence. Life itself is hectic and tedious, which is sometimes unhappy to live under certain conditions and circumstances as a result of individual reckless decisions toward their lifestyle and career choice. After working with more than 1 million people all over the world, I have come to believe that each of us is born with a unique life purpose. Identifying, acknowledging, and honoring this purpose is perhaps the most important action successful people take. They take the time to understand what they're here to do, and then they pursue that with passion and enthusiasm. For some of us, our purpose and passion in life is obvious and clear. We're born with a set of talents, and through persistent practice, we develop our talents into skills. Jack Canfield. How do I identify my life purpose? Don't mistake purpose, mission or passion because the both terms have dimensions and variations. Oftentimes people are cut in between the both, trying to differentiate each from each. Without a life purpose as the compass to guide you, your goals and action plans may not ultimately fulfill you. According to researchers and New Age scientific discoveries on social psychologies which have oftentimes write about the percentage of the world population to be 1% as against 99% world population living an unsuccessful life. Life cannot be said to be successful or unsuccessful without knowing the ratio to happiness in general. Success may be defined in various words, but the simple explanation of real successful is happiness. So if 99% of the world population is living unsuccessful, the clear interpretation would be that the world is unhappy in general. As an African man, life divination largely depends on your environment and your social status. To change that perception of who you are and to define your life purpose, you must first all know your history and relate your history to your present environment. Life always take advantage of you if you are not capable of deciding to acknowledge your history, and that is why it's hard to find the courage to step up and find yourself. 5 ways to identify your life purpose. 1. Know your history. Now, when we talk about history in this contrast to the background of your life, your first line of contact with your history is your parents and family in a broader view. By the time you are grown enough to begin recognizing the things that go on in your environment, the first thing you recognize is your family. You begin to realize what type of family is your family. Is family intact? You father and mother in peace and living together or not? Are you accepted or not? Are you treated with love and compassion or not? All these and more are the basic things you will begin to recognize in your life. Are those the facts that form your person perceptions of who are? When you hear a child say to his teacher that his dad or mom hate him, or my parents are treating my bad, and so the child being growing child is rapidly capturing those bad feelings mixed with demeaning memories which will badly damage his thought process and lead into making wrong choices. I was born in an environment where very little was visible and available to influence my mentality. Now my history is simple. My parents were not equipped and educated to teach me how to grow or how face life in general and succeed. So I identify myself as a poor child from a less privileged background. And my first challenge was to accept my history, and second challenge was to change the narrative of my history because history is passed from generation unto generations. So I do not want to pass my history into my children in a very sad, poor environment that my parents pass unto me. Once you have identified and accept your history, that is when your inner impulse will begin to push you to identify why you were born into that environment. If you see a family where their history, finding and keeping the balance. What is life balance to start with? Life balance is the term used to describe the balance that an individual need between time allocated for work and other aspects of life. Areas of life other than work life can be, but not limited to, personal interests, family, and social or leisure activities. Every atom of the existence of life must be defined by first of all locating, finding, and keeping your balance. A balance in order of the ideal of reality and the explorations of your personality depending on the ability to find and keeping the objective fact through manifestation of your life goals. To find out what your balanced life is, you must ask yourself the real goal and objectives that form your primitive balance. After you have discovered yourself, you must be able to understand the interpretation of the balanced life is not about the conformity of what you believe and what you don't. It's either you are thoroughly a believer of you're the future you seek to find. Success and enormity of the train that arrive with too much to maintain. Despite the worldwide quest for work-life balance, very few have found an acceptable definition of the concept. A proven definition that will positively impact your everyday value and balance starting today is to constantly identify your precepts and regaining external ideals that are sufficient to activate your mentality about your logical beliefs in life. Let's first define what work-life balance is not. Work-life balance does not mean an equal balance. Trying to schedule an equal number of hours for each of your various work and personal activities is usually unrewarding and unrealistic. Life is and should be more fluid than that. Your best individual work-life balance will vary over time, often on a daily basis. The right balance for you today will probably be different for you tomorrow. The right balance for you when you are single will be different when you marry, or if you have children, when you start a new career versus when you are nearing retirement. There is no perfect, one-size-fits-all balance you should be striving for. The best work-life balance is different for each of us because we all have different priorities and different lives. However, at the core of an effective work-life balance definition are two key everyday concepts that are relevant to each of us. They are daily achievement and enjoyment, ideas almost deceptive in their simplicity. Ingraining a fuller meaning of these two concepts takes us most of the way to defining a positive work-life balance. Achievement and enjoyment answer the big question why? Why do you want a better income, a new house, the kids through college, to do a good job today, to come to work at all? Most of us already have a good grasp on the meaning of achievement. But let's explore the concept of enjoyment a little more. As part of a relevant work-life balance definition, enjoyment does not just mean happiness. It means pride, satisfaction, happiness, celebration, love, a sense of well-being, all the joys of living. Achievement and enjoyment are the front and back of the coin of value in life. You can't have one without the other, no more than you can have a coin with only one side. Trying to live a one-sided life is why so many successful people are not happy, or not nearly as happy as they should be. The fundamentals of life balance. 1. Self-interest. Neither fear nor self-interest can convert the soul. They may change the appearance, perhaps even the conduct, but never the object of supreme desire. Fear is the motive which constrains the slave, greed binds the selfish man, by which he is tempted when he is drawn away by his own lust and entice. But neither fear nor self-interest is undefiled, nor can they convert the soul. Only charity can convert the soul, freeing it from unworthy motives. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. The desire to be a part of the formation of a particular aspect of life is driven by self-interest, and when you have identified your interest in that area, you move into developing the process and to some degree build a feeling attached to that dimension which is motivated by your internal feeling. Before you start, your instinct will determine whether you are really interested or not, but no individual actually affect anything in life without self-interest. Your balance is scientifically and unconsciously linked with your life balance, without which you will be acting with little or no real stimuli. Your balance in life is vitalized by your interest to maintain your life balance. You must be interested in whatever you sort out to do, not because you are being compelled by any influence or any third-party reason. You must be the driven force behind your quest to finding your balance. Interest can be addictive because that is the only thing that controls your growth. It will never let you get enough time with your family and friends, in a pattern in which you will try focus on one aspect of your life while neglecting another, only to shift your attention to the neglected area at the expense of other parts of your life, and that is the risk of self-interest. And you must be willing to make that sacrifice because that is the road that leads to your life balance. Today, many people's work lives are out of balance for financial reasons as well as the need to define oneself through one's work. But in reality, they are far away from their life balance because you are cut in between the junction of keeping life balance or maintaining the role which you are playing in your family, society, or as an individual. But when you are confronted with the challenge of how to maintain your self-interest in order to find your balance, be aware that your interest is the only subconscious stimuli that can determine your decision to finding the balance in your life. Factors that influences self-interest. Environment. The very beginning of life in nature and every aspect of life is formed based on the environment that you are. Before your ideologies and psychological development can fix and establish a value of your personal thought process can be accepted before extending to the general room. First, the analysis will be derived from the background of your environment because that is how you can understand the reason to any ideals. Now the dangers are that your environment can impose in you and influence your views about the state of your mentality because that is what you can see and feel and touch. Your emotions are expressed through your feelings and thought, which is your basic character, and that is how your behavior and interest are formed. These may even go as far as decorating your self-interest with the extremism of negativity or high and low proportion of positivity. One common of the examples of the dangers of self-interest is interpretation of the concept of living. With each event we decide upon an interpretation. It is with these interpretations or attached meanings that we define who and what we are and what we can have and do. Then we go about life collecting evidence to confirm and validate these interpretations. In truth, each event you experience doesn't affect your life. It is the interpretation of the events that shape your life. In other words, it's not what happened in life that made the difference, it was what you decided about what happened that made all the difference. It was what you decided being hurt or abandoned said about you that affected your life. You became the victim of your own interpretations, your own narrative. You became fixed in your experience and continued to feed the events with further interpretations that shaped all of your beliefs, which then compelled you to act them out even if it was detrimental to yourself and others. You gave up all of your aliveness and power to be right about what you had previously decided. It is from this realm of interpretation that your personal reality was shaped, made manifest. It may have appeared that events in your life were distinct from each other, that you moved from one moment to another, separated by some degree of unconsciousness. From this point of view, things seemed to randomly happen to you, unfair and unjust at times, which led you to feeling more like a victim because you failed to make the right distinction between you and the event. This then fostered feelings of powerlessness and anger. But it's just not true. Now if you were to take a step back and gain some distance, you will see the totality of your life as a single flowing event. If you step back further you will see that your life is part of an immense picture, the great flowing event you call the universe. You have a right and an ability to harness and experience the energy of universal flow. This harnessing can only take place from responsibility and not victimhood. This awareness alone is transformational. When you make the distinction between the event and the interpretation of the event, you will begin to operate from awareness that in each moment an event is an infinite field of possible reactions and responses. You choose. And whatever choice you make will cause and direct all your future experiences. So to view your life as one seamless event brings into focus of how important this single moment is. In this moment you have the power to transform your future. This moment is a microcosm of the whole universe, part of its ceaseless flow, its limitless potential, and as such, in this moment resides an infinite realm of possibilities. Only in being in this moment does the power reside to declare a self-designed future, no longer based on negative interpretations and the past. This is the essence of responsibility. That's why it is so important to learn to be in the moment in order to experience the genius of you who you really are, to experience the infinite. No doubt there is a bigger picture out there for your life. It is up to you to master the art of the interpretation. Developed by Natasha Dern. The bargain for the rightness or the wrongness of the way we perceive life, interpret the event of life in reality can be a common danger to our self-interests and how we develop our subconscious interest from the internal core of our mindset. To fail or to succeed in just the model to which you interpret the concept of living. Emotional density. We are caught in memories from past events, traumas, and what others have done to us, as well as what we do to others. This is how we bring the fears and memories from the past to the future, believing and thinking that it will keep happening in the future, because we project our fears and experiences from the past and base our future life on those past experiences. If you are experiencing this process in this precise moment, stop. It doesn't matter what the situation is that you are experiencing in this moment. Breathe in and out. Bring your thoughts and awareness to the present moment, not past, not the future. There is only the here and now. The past is gone and the future is not here. Both are illusions. Only this moment counts. Forgive yourself for not making the right choices. All learning experiences can move us to a higher level of awareness and life understanding. In the present moment, we have access to all this knowledge. This includes all the Creator's energy, the infinite inner potential. Wherever you direct or focus this force, things in your life will expand. As you utilize that great unlimited energy, you can manifest and amplify all that you desire, all that is calling out to you now in the present moment. Because we waste our time in the mind drama, we can't see that there are others doors of opportunity opening up for us in the present time. It doesn't matter what problem you have or situation you are in. If you bring your attention to solutions and what you want to manifest, the universe will orchestrate itself and will go out of its way to support you. It will present you with out-of-the-box solutions that you never imagined possible. If you have a business, for example, that is not creating an excellent income like before, try this. You remove the attention from the fears of not manifesting money and concentrate upon the services that you offer to people, and you center in improving that services and what is possible people need that you can offer in your line of work. Remember, the present moment is the only moment that exists where we center our attention so it will grow and expand. The power of the past upon our present life. Many of us believe our past life affects our present life, as well as the future. The past experiences, whether they are unpleasant or pleasant, do reveal themselves in many ways. For example, for people who had encouraging parents and teachers in their life, the positive belief in these mentors can encourage them to this day. Yet negative things and experiences sometimes also influence people, keeping them from living up to their full potential. The past plays an important role in our life because any addictions, or say a susceptibility to loneliness, depression, and despair in current life, are a result of what has gone on before. It is essential to overcome past negative experiences to make the present bright, and successful past lives also influence the present in ways that give shape to the future. A past life reading can be very healing as it can identify unresolved emotional issues that we may carry from the past to the present. By analyzing the mistakes that we made and learning from them, we help to heal the present, enabling ourselves to manifest both a positive and rewarding future. Recognizing the mistakes you may have made in the past, you will allay making them again in this life. People who have access to past life memories can remember their skills they learned in the past. They also come to realize the importance of relationships and people in their current life, those who have played important roles in previous lives. All this helps to better understand what one's role currently is and how important such people are in your life right now. With a past life reading, one can also gain a much wider perspective and understanding of human history as a whole. Moreover, a simple and silly fear, phobia, or strong dislike can affect the personality of a person in their current life. Keep in mind that inner strengths like determination, courage, a caring nature, or gifts and talents can also be due to the other life's experiences. Similarly, the presence of weaknesses such as fear, selfishness, anger, aggression, and intolerance can be explained away by past lives as well. Every person has their own experiences, both negative and positive. One must learn from the past so as not to make the same mistakes again. It is important to always keep in mind that if you live in the past, you cannot fully enjoy the present. This one simple truth has the power to alter your entire life. Breathe in, breathe out. A human being lives according to their emotions. Truly speaking, emotions are what power a person. They make him work. A rational person will first analyze her feelings and then act accordingly. And it is important to note that negative emotions are part of our human experience. Many times, as kids, the adults around allowed us to express our happiness, but when we cried or became angry, they would stop us. Throughout our life, we constantly receive messages that it is wrong to express anger, frustration, and other negative emotions. So, we start repressing those feelings, and these feelings can then pile up and give us trouble later. When this happens, the ways we express our emotions can become toxic. Why? Because these emotions carry a force. They actually carry a negative energy which, when it gets stored in us, mainly in our tissues, can harm us and affect our whole system. When we are not releasing anger or holding back the tears, we create a backlog of negative energies that eventually will overflow. These negative energies get ignited at even the smallest incident, leading to a sudden bout of frustration, words we later regret, or angry outbursts. A significant percent of the emotional density deposited in our cells is this, a legacy from our ancestors. We can't blame our parents or our ancestors for the emotional density stored within us. We have to take responsibility for it in order to free ourselves from it. Fortunately, we are the ones to whom the divine has given an awareness able to work through these emotions and be affected in a positive way. Even if our intention is to take responsibility for releasing emotional density from ourselves, we are taking a positive action. Why? The reason is that we are actually connected energetically, spiritually, and on all levels with our ancestors. What a great gift to give first to ourselves, and simultaneously to our loved ones. Each time we become conscious of these emotions, accept them as part of ourselves and then release them, we grow and expand. When we feel a negative emotion taking control of us, we have a choice about what to do. For example, in those moments, we can breathe deeply. In doing so, you can feel it, accept it, and make it part of your experience. This makes it easy to let go of those emotions. Remember that what we call negative emotions also have to be integrated in ourselves. As much as possible, have the consciousness of the emotions that you experience. Make them a part of yourself and accept them as normal. It is okay that we get frustrated, upset, sad, or angry. Saying to ourselves, I am willing to take the responsibility of what I'm feeling. And a set of deep breaths helps us to let go of these energies. If we constantly allow this energy to be released from our system, we will benefit greatly. We will become less dense and happier. We begin the process of releasing all the stagnated energy stored inside ourselves. You can also start doing breathing exercises slowly and release the breath long before the frustration or whatever negative emotion arises. This is a positive approach. We all have experienced many times that the divine sends someone to test us, to push our buttons. For example, a slow driver appears in front of us when we are late for work and then we get stopped at a red light because of it. That is the experience presented it to us by the divine. How we respond to such situations is our choice. From my personal experience, when I receive a call for a healing session/reading, I always raise the energies in myself first. Raising my energy will affect the emotional state of the person who is calling me. The person will clear a lot of emotional density. In the process of the reading, I release and transmit very gentle ions of light energy and integrate that with the service and information that I provide. This helps the person I am working with experience an emotionally uplifting reading. The next time you start getting upset and frustrated, just stop, you breathe in and out and relax. Witness the emotional density leaving your energy field. When you do this, you release the bad energies in you and give space to the positive emotions that are your birthright, allowing those energies to rule you. Developed by Rose Angel. The very first step you take towards understanding your best in life is decided when you have mastered your emotional density. And the capacity and strength of your growth in life is completely based on how you tend to express yourself and how you design the model through which you demonstrate your emotions. Because the facet of your balance in life is influenced solely expressed through your emotional state of mind. In order to develop an emotional density to cross-blend with your self-interest and life balance, you must have quality and stable emotional balance. What is emotional balance? Emotional balance is the ability of the mind and body to maintain equilibrium and flexibility in the face of challenge and change. Emotional balance promotes physical health and is a prerequisite for personal well-being and growth. According to Keno McGregor, a yoga teacher, a co-founder of the Miami Life Center, in order to understand your life balance, you must first understand and master the following steps. 1. Breathing. Watch your breath throughout the day for signals about your stress level. If you notice yourself holding your breath, breathing erratically, or sighing often, then consciously take 10 deep breaths, counting backwards with each inhalation and exhalation. Label each breath to keep your mind focused on a single point of attention. Say to yourself, 10 in, 10 out. 9 in, 9 out. If possible, lie down and close your eyes, or if no quiet space exists for you to retreat into, then simply find a quiet space inside your own mind. 2. Practice gratitude. Pause at regular intervals throughout the day and consciously find something that you are truly grateful for. Do not act or pretend. In every stressful situation, search for one thing that you can say an honest thanks about. In order for this to work, it has to be a real and grounded thing that you can connect with. If it is too much fantasy, then you will know that you are fooling yourself. Only the real attitude of gratitude has the power to change your emotional state. If there is nothing in your current situation that you can be grateful for, think of anything in your life at any moment that you were grateful for. No matter how small that may seem, consciously thinking of that experience in a positive manner will help bring your emotional state into balance. 3. Change your viewpoint. If you're stuck in the middle of intense emotions, you won't see clearly and you will be reacting from past patterns. Act, don't react. Consciously choose your actions from a place of clarity, rather than just reacting to pain or running toward pleasure. As soon as you notice yourself losing your emotional center, excuse yourself and change your view. View, literally. Go to the bathroom, splash cold water on your face and recast the situation as though you are viewing it from 10,000 feet, so you get some emotional distance and can remain objective. 4. Feel. So much tension and wasted energy is spent repressing or denying how we feel, both emotionally and in our bodies. Instead of pretending to be something that you are not, feel honestly what you are feeling and allow the simple truth of your emotions to set you free. Don't divorce yourself from your emotional body or be too intellectual. Don't let your feelings drown you either. Acknowledge what you feel when you feel it, and use that clarity as the basis for your decisions and interactions with others. Every emotion surfaces to teach you something or tell you something. Your job is to be clear enough to recognize the emotion for the messenger that it is. Communicate your emotions to others when appropriate, but remember to do so in a balanced way that respects the person with whom you are sharing. 5. Use your senses. Pleasant thoughts through the organs of your 5 senses orient your field of awareness toward the present moment, through what you see, what you touch, what you smell and taste. Direct your awareness to what you like about your current experience. Get fresh air and see the sunlight as much as possible. Notice and appreciate your surroundings. 6. Generate energy. You have to generate energy if you want to have it. Especially if you have a job that requires you to stay seated for long hours, remember to take every chance you get to walk, stretch, and move around. Little bursts of physical movement help the body feel better and the mind focus more intently. You don't have to run a marathon to be energized. Sometimes all it takes is a walk around the block or to go up and down a few flights of stairs. If you don't have time to get outside of your office, stand up in front of your desk for a few minutes every hour and either stretch or continue what you're doing while standing. Even the added physical effort of standing for a few minutes helps. 7. Reflect. Take the last moments of your day to reflect on the good things about your day, seeing the negative experiences as learning and evaluate from the perspective of what you can learn, not how you failed. Take stock of the positive and negative emotions you experienced throughout the day. Validate yourself for progress made towards your emotional, physical, or career goals. 8. Dream. Let yourself daydream. Don't fill every moment of your day with Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Just let yourself relax and your mind wander. Be careful not to let your mind harp on the negative in these little reveries. Close your eyes and let the mind free associate, even if there are no words that accompany this state. This is like a mini holiday in the middle of the day. Small refreshing daydreaming breaks help your mind integrate lessons and recuperate. You are also practicing being receptive, which is crucial to moments of wisdom and inspiration. 9. Surrender. While it can be great to goals and visualize the future, don't let yourself get too caught up in how things should be. Be prepared to let go of your attachments to any particular outcome so that you can be open to something bigger than you have ever imagined. Learn that to the yield does not mean that you lose and be willing to compromise. Let life lead you down unexpected turns, and you will discover magic in the most ordinary places. In an argument to completely understand your mindset, you must first of all set free the intensity of your mind and let your emotional judgment be clear without any shade of doubt about your state of mind, and you must be willing to accept your emotional state. Mind when you need to apply it in reality. 2. Cognitive identity. Cognitive identity dignity are related concepts that brings about one's deep preferences or values and emphasizes the self-inference process, defining oneself by one's actions, through which he operates. Cognitive identity is conceptualized as a cognitive structure or self-theory, which provides a personal frame of reference for interpreting self-relevant information, solving problems, and making decisions. Identity is also viewed as a process that governs and regulates the social cognitive strategies used to construct, maintain, and/or reconstruct a sense of personal identity. 3 different identity processing orientations or styles are explicated: informational, normative, and diffuse avoidant. Individuals with an informational processing style are skeptical of their own self-views, and they intentionally seek out, process, and utilize identity-relevant information to personally resolve identity conflicts. In contrast, individuals with a normative processing style more automatically adopt a collective sense of identity by internalizing the standards and prescriptions of significant others and referent groups. Those with a diffuse avoidant processing style are reluctant to confront and face up to identity conflicts. They procrastinate and delay as long as possible. Their actions tend to be influenced more by immediate situational rewards and demands than personally informed decisions or normative standards. Empirical evidence from several lines of research on identity processing style is reviewed, including linkages between identity style and a number of identity and cognitive processes, developmental changes in identity styles, and factors that may contribute to individual differences in identity styles such as gender, culture, parental processes, and personality traits. The role that identity processing styles may play in effective and ineffective self-regulation and in maintaining a coherent sense of self-continuity is considered. In the process of building life balance, you will be confronted with social cognitive identity, which is an inevitable element in the development of self-interest, and also helping you to design your life and secure a balance. Cognitively, you are expected to relatively conform with the logics of relativity balance between your cognitive identity, self-interest, emotional density, and your mental behavior. There are people in their effort to identify their cognitive identity and relatively connect their desire life interest towards finding their balance and goals in life, but cannot achieve because they are unable to allow the clarity of thoughts through their emotional state of mind. Due to bad experience and life background, they tend to hesitate in decision-making process and activating their self-interest in reality. The consciousness of self-identity. There are separate faculties that deals with the consciousness of self-identity as it relates to the psychology of self-esteem, personality, and individuality in the total whole of identity. In philosophical explanations, the matter of personal identity deals with such questions as, what makes it true that a person at one time is the same thing as a person at another time? Generally, personal identity is the unique numerical representations of a person in the course of time. That is, the necessary and sufficient conditions under which a person at one time and a person at another time can be said to be the same person, persisting through time, simply identify through the representation of the individual's ideologies. In contemporary metaphysics, the matter of personal identity is referred to as the diachronic problem of personal identity. The synchronic problem concerns the question of what features and traits characterize a person at a given time. In continental philosophy and in analytic philosophy, inquiry to the nature of identity is common. Continental philosophy deals with conceptually maintaining identity when confronted by different philosophic propositions, postulates, and presuppositions about the world and its nature. Now, in these contexts, let's not forget that every individual often manages to forge a personality identity, whether related or not, depending on the individual's social cognitive identity characteristics. The philosophies of identity. In philosophy, identity, sameness, is the relation that each thing bears identity only to itself, This in translation means that all things to which you desire are relatively identical. The notion of identity gives rise to many philosophical problems, including the identity of indiscernible that, if X and Y share all their properties, are they one and the same thing, and questions about change in personal identity over time. What has to be the case for a person X at one time and a person Y at a later time to be one and the same person? The philosophical concept of identity is distinct from the more well-known notion of identity in use in psychology and the social sciences. The philosophical concept concerns a relation, specifically, a relation that X and Y stand in if, and only if they are one and the same thing, or identical to each other, i.e. if, and only if X equals Y. The sociological notion of identity, by contrast, has to do with a person's self-conception, social presentation, and more generally, the aspects of a person that make them unique, or qualitatively different from others, e.g. cultural identity, gender identity, national identity, online identity, and processes of identity formation. The strongest phenomenon of every individual in life is just nothing but the relativity of identity and representation of his or her individuality. Hence the power identity plays a key role in the development of individuality. The application of its usefulness is called into consideration based on the logic that it needs to fiction in reality. The role of identity in individuality. Identity in its real interpretation is a logical translation of symbolism. Now the law of identity is logical, and the role of logic and laws in identity is compared to what you hold to the height esteem to protect and defend to the last bone of your skeleton. In logic, the law of identity states that each thing is identical with itself. By this it is meant that each thing, be it a universal or a particular, is composed of its own unique set of characteristic qualities or features, which the ancient Greeks called its essence. It is the first of the three classical laws of thought. In its symbolic representation, identity and integrity form a legacy. There are individuals that can only conform to things that are relatively identical to his personality, his identity, and his legacy. Such individual cannot operate outside their identity. The interwoven phenomenon here is that they are familiarity between the residual environment of identity, integrity, and legacy. And in such environment, identity, integrity, legacy all operate as a family bond to protect the personality of the individual or bearer. That is why people build stronger defense wall to protect their legacy more than their identity, because identity is circumstantial and could change upon time and situation, but legacy and integrity operate with different apparatus. The legacy family. In the legacy family, identity play a role of identifying that this theory is develops a theory of why and how people invest themselves in a personal, professional, social, or cultural identity, then uses it to analyze some of the economic and political implications of this phenomenon. The theory is cognitive and trying to explicitly treats identity, dignity, and related concepts as a family to form a belief about one's deep preferences or values, and emphasizes the self-inference process, defining oneself by one's actions through which he or she operates. The affective and functional dimensions of identity are also an important part of the framework, however, as the motivations for holding particular self-views are grounded in more basic aspects of preferences documented by psychology. People's beliefs concerning their long-term preferences and prospects have important economic effects. First, they directly impact welfare when self-image, as e.g., a caring, honorable, smart, or hardworking person, has consumption value, or when future experiences to be derived from one's economic and social assets give rise to anticipatory feelings such as savoring or dread. Second, a desired identity can be held at the cost of generating behavioral distortions, such as overconfidence. Alternatively, a strong sense of self may provide clear priorities and directions that help mobilize energy and make better decisions. Third, and precisely because certain self-views are more pleasant or functional to have than others, people invest substantial resources in trying to achieve, maintain, and defend these beliefs. Thinking of oneself as a moral person requires spending time and money to help others, refraining from cheating or polluting, or consuming certain products. Upholding religious beliefs requires conforming to rituals, regularly rehearsing sacred texts, and abstaining from prescribed behaviors, or even thoughts. A strong occupational or political identity precludes deviating from the chosen path even when evidence indicates that the return may be quite low. Protecting one's dignity demands turning down insulting offers that could profitably be accepted, refusing charity, fighting to defend one's honor or that of the clan, ostracizing and harassing norm transgressors, etc. The importance of identity for economics has been emphasized by Akerlof and Cranton in an influential series of papers, 2000, 2002, 2006. Our work naturally relates to theirs, but the two perspectives, one drawing more on sociology, the other on psychology, and modeling approaches, one emphasizing preferences, the other beliefs, are different and complementary. Our framework also provides an account of personal commitments, Sen, 1985, that is consistent with standard, consequentialist, economic rationality. The starting point of our model is the recognition that people often do not know their own preferences and motives very well, and tend instead to infer them from their own actions.
Roland Benabou de Jean Tirole. Princeton University.
Single character identity. In identity as a definition, an interpretation, of the self, people who have problems with identity are generally struggling with the difficult aspects of defining the self, such as the establishing of long-term goals, major affiliations, and basic values. Roy Baumeister, Identity, Cultural Change and the Struggle for Self, 1986. Since individual functions independently with self-formed preference through the process of developing a distinctive personality as an entity solely according to his intelligence. Single character identity in these contexts is rooted on the background of the element that are present in the representation of single character identity, trying to identify the reason as to how and why individuals develop their single character identity with the influence of external involvement of others. Cultural, religious, education and society are a strong influencer of identity and character based on behavior and the overall personality of the individual. A single character identity is the attributed features that are present in the overall behavior of oneself based on one's self-preference without others such as family background, hereditary, traditional, cultural, religious, educational, environment or society. The first step towards forming personality development is to identify oneself. These go a long way through exploring the individual relationship with external influence. The individual first values self-esteem, and go further to create his personality based on his understanding about environment through a social cognitive process. If an individual break away from the tradition of his religion, culture and social belief to form a rather different personality, it can be either good or bad, for it's a norm that every individual is likely to form their personality based on environment, culture, and ethnic religious background. Hard and Strobes. Chapter 1. Why the mind keeps searching. The very state of mind that defines the beginning of your life is your heart. Your ability to recognize and identify the disguise of potential that are favorable and some basic elements that distinguished you from every other individual within your thought process and the consciousness that follow after the thoughts in reality. Your benevolent features of your personality characteristics is responsible for the overall layout and mental fortitude that resolute the nitty-gritty of your nucleus mindset. Life sometimes is like dreaming in the night while sleeping and waking up in the morning and been able to recognize and describing your dreams. Hence the mind is the most conscious organ of our body that regulate and evaluate our cogitation by apprehending our cognitive deliberations, in order to induce our introspection, given a logical scrutiny within our self-inclination. The mind is responsible for our daily decision-making process, but, after a huge internal bargain with the rest of the body sense to arrive on a conclusion of what to do upon time. Every passing moments in our individual instinct, we notice the impellent hunch in the mind, a motive that lead the mind to search for a way to keep our consciousness healthy. The mind is in constant reassess with the brain to produce a dynamic, yet aggressive and effective agreement concerning our internal argument on what decision we should make before taking the go-ahead intensity to the action. The mind protect our interest and provide us with a shield of thinking mechanism. These is after. It has researched what our focus is processing internally and helping us direct our energy on how we should engage our concentrations. Listening to the consciousness of the mind. Engaging your mind in an interest-based conversation. A conversation, however, is a talk, especially an informal one, between two or more people, in which news and ideas are exchanged. An interest-based conversation focused on a suggestive investigation negotiated by the parties involved in the conversation to reach a direct concession on the subject. It's basically stimulated by self-serving goal. To clarify the meaning of these statements, I'd like you to ask yourself, how do you as an individual pick and engage in a conversation? I'm sure maybe situation or event always decide what you talk about within your group of friends, in your relationship, business, or at school. These is so, because you may not have set any reason to engage your mind in a topical or interest-based conversation with people that share your pride and interest. The impotence of interest-based conversation in communication is to locate certain pending problem within your life, in your career, business, education, relationship, and other social, public and private affairs, and find the solution to repair those problems. Statistically, 60% of people in the world believes they can handle their problems without outside help. 30% try talking to family, friends, and relatives, while the remaining 10% seek counseling. But the true nature of life is talking about what you see wrong in your everyday life that don't produce the amount of happiness or containment in your life. Then you need to share with someone who relate and share your interest and understand your point of view. That you ask yourself question or try to know things and point of view about your career and perspectives. It's our human nature to want and need everything our heart so desires, but the reality is always different when those things are not in our disposal. Every now and then in our subconscious state of being, the mind is always going after something definite, but we fail to engage the mind in a thorough process to substantiate they things are really important and substitute them for the things that we believe we land as some kind of degree of recognition, prestige, or high pedigree. Let me emphasize on the reality in these fashion. Relationship. We all know that communication is the strength of every relationship. Couples often try to keep their relationship going healthily, yet we hear of civilized citizen getting divorced every now and then. The question is why? And the simple, they obviously don't engage their mind in interest-based. You see the husband or boyfriend emphasizing on his area of interest and abandon to consider the wife of girlfriend or vice versa. The only surviving approach don't overwork the relationship communicating in the wrong subject. Instead, have a conversation. Locate and identify your interest area and make a schedule for both sides of your interest. Talking you and let your partner talk about his or hers. I want to state here that a sound interest-based conversation helps to facilitate ideas. It also serves as a model of communication through which individual, groups, private and public entities can use to bring about understanding problems and profiling solutions. My opinion, however, is that individuals should consider interest-based conversation a serious tool in their social and corporate life, career, or business as a tool to eliminate tension, anxiety, and confusion in their day-to-day life. I will recommend this model of communication to students in all areas of faculty. These is because it will help them through proper decision-making process, create an openness to identify their strength and weakness, talent and area of intelligence, which will in turn help them design and shape a better professional future. Student must understand the reality of the corporate world so as to be aware of the factors and elements that should or shouldn't influence the career choice. Unemployment and joblessness can be avoided if and when prospective students learn to design their choice and decision with a consideration to contingency plan through entrepreneurship self-orientation so that after graduation they can be self-employed and create jobs. These can only be archived through core investigation of the mind by engaging the mind in a conversation. Traditionally, conversation is the only simplistic way of resolving conflict. So far, comparatively, the relevance benefit of this context cannot be overemphasized. But to outline relatively the value and importance of the topic matter in discusses, showing that when you engage your mind in ideas-oriented conversation with strategic details with a group or individual who share your interest, the outcome is that you will understand in perspective all angles of your ideas. To build a career as entrepreneur, it's important to take into account that your ideas cannot transform into reality without effort, and to begin with the right core of conversing with those in your inclination of thoughts and ideas. Finally, let it be noted that interest-based conversation is an approach that is a general model of communication in a more direct, objective, and productive manner. It's more resentful, and it's a healer of emotional judgment, conflicts, and confusion and tension, as it can help adjust the behavior in all sense of living. After my research about pending need for people to engage in social and private conversation pushed me to create group on https://www.facebook.com/zandax.boss/group. It's called Century Community Network. Our obligation to recognize those elements presented before us in our minds and commit your core consciousness to the charge. For example, you have a plan before leaving your house for a meeting that will not bring rewarding outcome, and your mind decide that you forfeit the meeting and take a different direction into an online art exhibition at Hilton Hotels, and judging by your disposition, you know that you are make the search before it recalls in your brain cell. Now you are thrown into thinking and becoming dead in making the decision while driving or walking to the primary event that took you out of your house. The mind again engage in searching for the reasons why you should or shouldn't make certain decisions. Most times we don't care about our mind impulses and end up making reckless and poor decisions that bring about ill-gotten rewards. You cannot continue to read books, taking in studies, heaping your mind with unfocused knowledge without selecting a key method or approach to base your assimilation. The mind become a dumping state for your numerous ideas and overzealous internalization. Be aware that the input you take into your conscious consciousness is the output you get throughout the process of organizing your conceptualizational pattern of thinking. Your memory work with the state in which your mind absorb information and gratified them by retaining the selected pieces and discarding the rags. For example, when you watch a movie and when you read novels or books, the creations of characters, the hero, the protagonist, the antagonist are the main frame of the organ of the stories, which often stand as challenges standing in the way of each other from achieving their goal. The difficulty in those stories created by the authors is an inevitable way of saying nothing is ever gotten at will of wishes. And if you are a patient person who read the happy ending of every story ever told, you will see that the persistence of the hero in the story always wins. Put yourself into the shelf of challenges. Make yourself a central figure in your life story. Take the lead, and dominating your story narrative is yours to enlist it, and see that you dream the story of your life. Understand that you will lose your chances of become what you want to be if you cannot sustain your faith and continue to chase it. But don't get yourself into the shelf of planning and thinking for a long time. Get into it. What give the meanings to what we often define as hard life, reality, and growth is the circumstances that pose as a threat to the things we want to achieve, by setting those goals and be combatantly objectional about them. The facet of what come to a person is based on the thinking ability and how equals to organize those things in which you spend time thinking about. The most significant point in life is the time that we attempt to practicalize the things we think we could do. The challenging part of it all when you begin to confront those element of thing in your life, that is when you know that you know, and see that you're getting closer to the frame that you all have to fit your thoughts into and create the bulb that needs to shine over the dream you desire to build. What is heartstrobes? It's the faculty of thoughts channeled into recognizing and understanding the exactness of your mental capacity, through curious exploration of your aptitude, behavioral capability, the dexterity within your impulsive competence. These is a process that help you develop your sense of competence and build a synthetic comprehension that lead you to self-resourcefulness. Hence, every individual has some sort of skills deposited in their inner periphery, which is capable of using their available intelligence to venture into doing something about they have thought doing in real time and actualizing their goals. We have read books, sign up for motivation coaching programs, and studying varieties of information to help us develop ourselves to be more than what we are. But the only that is missing is that when you spend time thinking and learning and studying all of these things to help you become a better person, to become a business entrepreneur of an investor, a model and writer, and all of the dreams and talent that we want to explore from our inside never really happened until the moment you begin doing it in practical terms. To build a dream life requires basic steps and basic please, which also are responsible for the moves we make into practicing what we believed in. But how do we get into the action after the practice, rehearsals, trainings, and learning and the whole education? People spend time listening to successful people in history teaching us and trying to build in us a phase of understandable spirit that can help us beat the odds and defeat the syndromes that hold us back and down. But the fears that can never give way to the very desires of our heart is not given way to the beam that had to trigger our impulses into physical work. You need to direct your thinking in the process that you best dreams about and feel accomplishable inside you, with no hindrance or doubts. You have to first of all recognize your flair aptness and define your areas of expertise not by thinking about random things but doing one thing right and being able to distinguish your goodness in that vocation. Applying skills takes more than power and savvy set of accomplishment, and handiwork person think more about his work, and employees spend time examining their performance. Entrepreneurs think about ideas and creative ways of expanding their business network and build a bigger brand. But when you keep thinking on how to get your game into one place, you think about crying out loud, complaining about your inability to give yourself the life you dreamed of as an opportunity. Think about what you do not have, and established your reason why you need it and how many people would need the same thing and why is it not available within your reach. Spend time analyzing the impossible needs that are not within you and you realize the opportunity that are lying therein. The opportunities are all in your mind. A conversation is a dialogue between one or more individuals or group of people in order to reach a compromise. A conversation is means of communication which the speakers are willfully express their actions verbally by talking. A conversation often ensure between two or more persons with the intents to understand each other. As a social psychologist, using interpersonal communication approach is a tool to ratify pending commotion and tension within individual lives, relationships, groups, association, organizations, private and public business, social environment. A conversation is the beginning of every life-given opportunities. You must start and end everything with a conversation. The result and outcome is what life is about. That is why talking to people is an important aspect of life in all genre of living. Your conversations span according to your areas of interest. If people realize the value of words, the sensitivity of the manners and approach model in communication, then I assure you a 100% success in everything you engage your life to do professionally or otherwise. Every day we meet and talk to people. It's a duty to human race. Every living communicates with one other and other to sustain their environment. That is why the design of communication is responsible for the success and failure of life development, growth, and the general concept of human existence. Hence, every conversation depends on the mood, health of every individual. It's important to know how to talk both in private and in public. Knowing that emotions is the generator of all kind of communication. Confidence people tend to misunderstand the proper system that should be used in different types of communication, considering the objective target of the message you intend to send and the expectation of your feedback, because through your communication skill, it's possible or most likely impossible to achieve any meaningful result in certain tasks that largely depend on communication. The importance of knowing your words. Before engaging in a conversation, it's very essential that you select your vocabulary or words and make your words as simple as possible, because everything you are going to say depends on your words. That is why it's eminent to know your words. In other words, know what you are saying. A good speaker chose words that are easy and transparent to understand so that their submission can be achieved. This is the reason it's always necessary to prepare a speech in advance for the speaker to unify and become more familiar with their language, and most importantly to know their words. A speech is the most powerful tool because of the chosen words. As a speaker in this context, for you speak, take interest in understanding the meaning of your chosen words, because your words are very important to your audience. Remember, your child, spouse, or family are your first audience. To learn and to teach always begin from the family, so it's important to know your words, because as you speak to one or more persons, you are sending out information as a message, and the feedback depends largely on how the receivers of your message understand and interpret the information. Importance of a conversation. 1. A conversation takes you right into a stranger's mind, who will later become your wife, husband, colleague, business partner, teammate, religious group member in any which way you must meet a stranger. Everyone was once a stranger, but through conversation you can become friends. A conversation take you a step closer to your goal, open doors to opportunities. Be willing to start or accept to have a conversation because that might engage your mind with the interest that will decide what happened next. 2. A conversation can resolve any crisis than talking. By employing the tool of conversing with anybody you have a pending transaction with will create a safe room for a more healthy relationship. 3. Brings out the truth. 4. Teach and learn. 5. Leads to knowing the future. 6. Gives confidence and affirmation of trust. Conversational communication approach in private and public speaking has proven to be one of the best communication model that provides solutions. Bring common and easy comprehension with a common understanding to which compromise has been reached and help in resolving impending problems in relationships, families, business affairs, etc. Last week I was invited to a friend's house to see his grandparents after a long family pending problem that led to the destruction of the whole family, broken marriages, collapsed family business. I observed that few minutes after we got talking to Grandma, someone drove into the compound, and when my friend saw the car he immediately asked us to leave. His grandmother's plea did not do any good. I tried to inquire but he threw me off, so I went back to his grandma, and trust me, Grandma had led me into the troubles in their home. She blamed everything on herself and her old man. I promised her that all her family members are going to be at the table this Christmas. Have my group set a conversational party, and some of the family members showed up weird and nervous the first day. After a few sessions of our conversation, everyone once say the same thing, demanding for the same thing. So all I did was channel their manners. Respect is the conversation. It was all they need to rebuild their family business, mend all broken hearts and relationship in that family. A conversation, however, is a talk, especially an informal one, between two or more people, in which news and ideas are exchanged. Types of conversations. There are several kinds of conversations, but the most common of all the basic everyday conversation, which is interest-based conversation or non-interest-based conversation. An interest-based conversation. An interest-based conversation is focused on a suggestive investigation negotiated by the parties involved in the conversation to reach a direct concession on the subject. It's basically stimulated by self-serving goal. I think people need to engage more. For example, as a student, you only follow and study within the confines of the school curriculum. Learning is a complex process, and learning to build an interest-based formula can be exhausting and complicating. For you to sprout beyond and expand your views, ideas and knowledge, you have to think more outside the box of a structure, such as institutional process of learning. Be aware that in order to succeed, you have to design your mindset above average, thinking logically outside the classroom of learning. In my experience, thinking more independently and building your mind around entrepreneurship and general life skill is one common methodology that can help you understand more about the introspection of your life and reality. That will prompt you to make a decision whether to be an employer or to be an employee. It's more disappointing in the labor market after graduation than you think. That is why I advise students to engage their minds in a more versatile activity such as group interest-based conversation. Students sometimes through these setting of group conversation provide a lead way to a more exposed understanding to develop their gift. Objective, however, is to help individuals by steering their stride for the best of their future through interest-based conversational groups. My professor once asks me how I intend to project my idea of my so-called interest-based conversational model of marketing communication and what I want to achieve. I simply said, I just want people to be aware of their inner self-confidence, talent, shaping their intelligence more casually than through traditional form of communication in every level of communication, so that when you are talking about your ideas and thoughts in a conversational approach, you tend to be a winner and not a loser. Interest-based conversation helps you to loosen your fright about your scope of ideas, context of philosophy, and expose you to certain hidden characteristics aroused by your mental intelligence, and build your mind to reflect and select distinctive decisions. An interest-based conversational communication help you do well in selling yourself with esteemed self-confidence than overworking your communication skill to perform. Example of this could be job interviews. People are more intimidated with job interviews, oftentimes due to what I called stage of act, people lost in job interviews not because they have no skills, but because the tempo set for the process is rather too hostile. You can see when a nervous individual set to make a project presentation, or business marketing such as PPT. To clarify the meaning of these statements, I like you to ask yourself, how do you as an individual picked and engage in a conversation? I'm sure maybe situation or event always decide what you talk about within your group of friends, in your relationship, business, or at school. These is so, because you may not have set any reason to engage your mind in a topical or interest-based conversation with people that share your pride and interest. The impotence of interest-based conversation in communication is to locate certain pending problem within your life, in your career, business, education, relationship, and other social, public and private affairs, and find the solution to repair those problems. Statistically, 60% of people in the world believes they can handle their problems without outside help. 30% try talking to family, friends, and relatives, while the remaining 10% seek counseling. But the true nature of life is by talking about what you see wrong in your everyday life that don't produce the amount of happiness or containment you need. It's in our human nature to want and need everything our heart so desires, but the reality is always different when those things are not in our disposal. Every now and then, in our subconscious state of being, the mind is always going after something definite, but we fail to engage the mind in a thorough process to substantiate the things that are really important, while substituting the things that we truly deserve. These so because we believe in making such decision and choices will land us some kind of degree of recognition, prestige, or high pedigree. Let me emphasize on the reality of life in these fashion. Relationship. We all know that communication is the strength of every relationship. Couples often try to keep their relationship going healthily, yet we hear of civilized citizen getting divorced every now and then. The question is why? And the simple answer is that they obviously don't engage their minds in interest-based conversation. You see the husband or boyfriend emphasizing on his area of interest and abandoning his wife's or girlfriend interest, or vice versa. The only surviving approach is, don't overwork the relationship communicating in the wrong subject. Instead, have a conversation. Try have objectives, and the goal should be to locate and identify your interest area and make a schedule for both sides of your interest. Talking about your interest and letting your partner talk about his or her interest in life, career, business, office works, social life, and even family interest. Because you don't like or love the subject doesn't give you the right to turn your partner off from his or her opinions, ideas, or interest. I want to state here that a sound interest-based conversation helps to facilitate ideas. It also serves as a model of communication through which individual, groups, private and public entities can use to bring about understanding problems and profiling solutions. My opinion, however, is that individuals should consider interest-based conversation a serious tool in their social and corporate life, career, or business, as a tool to eliminate tension, anxiety, and confusion in their day-to-day life. I will recommend this model of communication to students in all areas of faculty. These is because it will help them through proper decision-making process, create an openness to identify their strength and weakness, talent and area of intelligence, which will in turn help them design and shape a better professional future. Student must understand the reality of the corporate world so as to be aware of the factors and element that should or shouldn't influence the career choice. Unemployment and joblessness can be avoided if and when prospective students learn to design their choice and decision with a consideration to contingency plan through entrepreneurship self-orientation, so that after graduation they can be self-employed and create jobs. These can only be archived through core investigation of the mind by engaging the mind in a conversation. Traditionally, conversation is the only simplistic way of resolving conflict. So far, comparatively, the relevance benefit of this context cannot be overemphasized. But to outline relatively the value and importance of the topic matter in discusses, showing that when you engage your mind in ideas-oriented conversation with strategic details with a group or individual who share your interest, the outcome is that you will understand in perspective all angles of your ideas. To build a career as entrepreneur, It's important to take into account that your ideas cannot transform into reality without effort, and to begin with the right core of conversing with those in your inclination of thoughts and ideas. Finally, let it be noted that interest-based conversation is an approach that is a general model of communication in a more direct, objective, and productive manner. It's more resentful, and it's a healer of emotional judgment, conflicts, confusion, and tension, as it can help adjust the behavior in all sense of living. After my research, I see a pending need for people to engage in social and private conversation, which pushed me into creating the conversation group. Engaging your mind in an interest-based conversation. Bayernist Ukpovame, communication/psychology, social and business communication strategist. A conversation, however, is a talk, especially an informal one, between two or more people, in which news and ideas are exchanged. An interest-based conversation focused on a suggestive investigation negotiated by the parties involved in the conversation to reach a direct concession on the subject. It's basically stimulated by self-serving goal. I think people need to engage more in. As a student, you only follow and study within the confines of the school curriculum. Learning is a complex process, and learning to build an interest-based formula can be exhausting and complicating. For you to sprout beyond and expand your views, ideas, and knowledge, you have to think more outside the box of a structure, such as institutional process of learning. Be aware that in order to succeed, you have to design your mindset above average, thinking logically outside the classroom of learning. In my experience, thinking more independently and building your mind around entrepreneurship and general life skill is one common methodology that can help you understand more about the introspection of your life and reality. That will prompt you to make a decision whether to be an employer or to be an employee. It's more disappointing in the labor market after graduation than you think. That is why I advise students to engage their minds in a more versatile activity such as group interest-based conversation. Students sometimes through the setting of group conversation. My objective, however, is to bring individuals of like minds together and helping them through coaching, mentoring, and guiding them metamorphosis into business partners, investors, pioneers, entrepreneurs, and corporate business groups. These happens by bringing, sharing, learning, and coaching their interest while steering their stride for the best of their future through interest-based conversational groups. My professor once asks me how I intend to project my idea of my so-called interest-based conversational model of marketing communication and what I want to achieve. I simply said, I just want people to be aware of their inner self-confidence, talent, shaping their intelligence more casually than through traditional form of communication in every level of communication, so that when you are talking about your ideas and thoughts in a conversational approach, you tend to be a winner and not a loser. Interest-based conversation helps you to loosen your fright about your scope of ideas, context of philosophy, and expose you to certain hidden characteristics aroused by your mental intelligence, and build your mind to reflect and select distinctive decisions. An interest-based conversational communication help you do well in selling yourself with esteemed self-confidence than overworking your communication skill to perform. Example of this could be job interviews. People are more intimidated with job interviews, oftentimes due to what I called stage of act. People lost in job interviews not because they have no skills, but because the tempo set for the process is rather too hostile. You can see when a nervous individual set to make a project presentation or business marketing such as PPT. To clarify the meaning of these statements, I like you to ask yourself, how do you as an individual pick and engage in a conversation? I am sure maybe situation or event always decide what you talk about within your group of friends, in your relationship, business, or at school. These is so, because you may not have set any reason to engage your mind in a topical or interest-based conversation with people that share your pride and interest. The impotence of interest-based conversation in communication is to locate certain pending problem within your life, in your career, business, education, relationship, and other social, public and private affairs, and find the solution to repair those problems. Statistically, 60% of people in the world believes they can handle their problems without outside help. 30% try talking to family, friends, and relatives, while the remaining 10% seek counseling. But the true nature of life is by talking about what you see wrong in your everyday life that don't produce the amount of happiness or containment you need. It's in our human nature to want and need everything our heart so desires, but the reality is always different when those things are not in our disposal. Every now and then? In our subconscious state of being, the mind is always going after something definite, but we fail to engage the mind in a thorough process to substantiate the things that are really important, while substituting the things that we truly deserve. These so because we believe in making such decision and choices will land us some kind of degree of recognition, prestige, or high pedigree. Let me emphasize on the reality of life in these fashion. Relationship. We all know that communication is the strength of every relationship. Couples often try to keep their relationship going healthily, yet we hear of civilized citizen getting divorced every now and then. The question is why? And the simple answer is that they obviously don't engage their minds in interest-based conversation. You see the husband or boyfriend emphasizing on his area of interest and abandoning his wife's or girlfriend interest, or vice versa. The only surviving approach is, don't overwork the relationship communicating in the wrong subject. Instead, have a conversation. Try have objectives, and the goal should be to locate and identify your interest area and make a schedule for both sides of your interest. Talking about your interest and letting your partner talk about his or her interest in life, career, business, office works, social life, and even family interest. Because you don't like or love the subject doesn't give you the right to turn your partner off from his or her opinions, ideas, or interest. I want to state here that a sound interest-based conversation helps to facilitate ideas. It also serves as a model of communication through which individual, groups, private and public entities can use to bring about understanding problems and profiling solutions. My opinion, however, is that individuals should consider interest-based conversation a serious tool in their social and corporate life, career, or business, as a tool to eliminate tension, anxiety, and confusion in their day-to-day life. I will recommend this model of communication to students in all areas of faculty. These is because it will help them through proper decision-making process, create an openness to identify their strength and weakness, talent and area of intelligence, which will in turn help them design and shape a better professional future. Student must understand the reality of the corporate world so as to be aware of the factors and element that should or shouldn't influence the career choice. Unemployment and joblessness can be avoided if and when prospective students learn to design their choice and decision with a consideration to contingency plan through entrepreneurship self-orientation, so that after graduation they can be self-employed and create jobs. These can only be archived through core investigation of the mind by engaging the mind in a conversation. Traditionally, conversation is the only simplistic way of resolving conflict. So far, comparatively, the relevance benefit of this context cannot be overemphasized. But to outline relatively the value and importance of the topic matter in discusses, showing that when you engage your mind in ideas-oriented conversation with strategic details with a group or individual who share your interest, the outcome is that you will understand in perspective all angles of your ideas. To build a career as entrepreneur, it's important to take into account that your ideas cannot transform into reality without effort, and it begin with the right core of conversing with those in your inclination of thoughts and ideas. Finally, let it be noted that interest-based conversation is an approach that is a general model of communication in a more direct, objective, and productive manner. It's more resentful, and it's a healer of emotional judgment, conflicts, confusion, and tension, as it can help adjust the behavior in all sense of living. After my research, I see a pending need for people to engage in social and private conversation, which pushed me into creating my Facebook conversational group on https://www.facebook.com/zandax.boss/group. It's called Century Community Network. There would never be a moment more suited for reckoning, nor a breath of stillness that might aptly chronicle the fall of a man, that I will not be made a good example, as I found myself here, tormented by thoughts of my past and of my present predicament. Within a trifling passage of time here, I dare not escape this woeful illustration of myself, lingered in this state of afflicted contemplation, lashed by relentless tide of memories. I speak thus, for it is but recently that I have come to the full knowledge of the extent of the scars of my struggles that have steered me into this narrow abyss, this gilded prison wherein I have been confined since the hour of my deliverance into its grasp. A prisoner in all but name, I have languished here for the past 3 days. These past days have granted me little solace, save for the grim company of my own thoughts, ceaselessly conspiring against me in the tribunal of my waking conscience. It's as though I am holding myself accountable, standing at war with my own mind, ensnared in the great duel of retrospection and foreboding, wherein triumph and defeat waltz in spectral mirth, one an elusive phantom, the other a relentless shadow ever pressing upon my soul. My dear reader, I beseech you to lend your patience as you follow my solemn tale, for it is not one of mere fancy, but of destiny travels with threads of sorrow and triumph alike. What I shall recount in this story of mine is no idle fiction, but the rendering of a fate as cruel as the blazing barrel shot against the tide, and as magnificent as the vases of stars that shimmer over forgotten men. Mine is the story of a man who once dreamed of heights, of triumphs. But alas, I found myself instead upon the precipice of despair, my spirit tethered to the unseen chains of uncertainty. What devilish jest did fate devise, that a heart so ardent, so fervently yearning for greatness, should be met with trials that would unmake lesser men? If I'm still capable of choosing between good and evil, if I must sink into the depths of my conscience to evaluate my time on earth, then there rather no other time than now. When I thought of failure, I pictured myself on the street corner, begging for crumbs from passers-by, but I never thought of me here wherefore, I dare not host a visitor, not even a homemade meal to soothe my belly. I couldn't even bear the thought of treating myself to a glass of wine or buy myself a new coat to boost my confidence and perhaps lift my spirits. Here I was consumed by anger, a raging guilt over the decisions made, some in convention and others in the zealousness of my haste to climb, yet here comes me. I took to return to my country after completing my education abroad. I remembered taking that decision as an act of faith in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a leap that, in hindsight, was my first mistake in what would soon become the darkest days of my young life. When I arrived in Nigeria, I was armed with a plan. The first few weeks passed in a blur of optimism. I threw myself into my plan, not just any plan, a foolproof one eager to start. I had spent years abroad learning the ropes, gathering experience, and refining my skills. I had read countless success stories of Nigerian returnees who came back home and built empires. Why not me? My ambition was clear: start a media marketing and advertising agency. My backup? A digital magazine and publishing company. With my knowledge of the digital landscape and trends shaping the global media industry, I thought, what could possibly go wrong? I hit the ground running, eager to turn my dream into reality. I rented a modest office space in the bustling district of Abuja. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was a start, my start. I hired a small team, a graphic designer, a content creator, and a marketer. Just enough to get things rolling. I was confident that my little capital would cover the essentials, at least until the contracts started rolling in. We had laptops, a few desks, and internet access. It was bare bones, but it felt like the foundation of something bigger. For the first few weeks, the excitement was palpable. We brainstormed ideas, pitched concepts to local businesses, and crafted marketing strategies that, in theory, were golden. But the Nigerian business landscape was not what I had imagined. Companies here were reluctant to spend on marketing. My pitches were met with vague interest, promises of getting back to us, and, more often than not, total silence. The few contracts I secured were for ridiculously low fees, barely enough to cover operational costs. At first, I told myself it was just a matter of time. Every business struggle in the beginning, I reasoned. I had to be patient. But patience quickly turned into frustration. 3 months in, the cracks in my grand plan started to show. Office maintenance, staff salaries, and the steady flow of clients I had anticipated simply weren't materializing, and to keep it visible, I had to facilitate the operations. My capital was bleeding out faster than I could replenish it. I watched the numbers in my bank account dwindle to alarming levels. I tried to pivot, leaning on my backup plan, the digital magazine and publishing company. I figured I could build something online, reduce overheads, and reach a wider audience. I poured hours into designing a sleek website, hired freelance writers to contribute articles, and invested in online marketing. But once again, reality set in. The internet in Nigeria wasn't as easily accessible as I'd hoped. The market for digital magazines here was far from developed. People weren't paying for content, and advertisers weren't biting. The pressure was mounting. Every day felt heavier than the last, and with each passing week, I found myself sinking deeper into a pit of uncertainty. My staff, who had once been enthusiastic, began to lose faith. One by one, they started leaving, moving on to other opportunities, or simply giving up on the venture. I couldn't blame them. How could I ask them to stay when I couldn't even guarantee their pay at the end of the month? Eventually, I had to face the inevitable. My dream was crumbling, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The office space I had once been so proud of became a daily reminder of my failure. The business folded. I had to let go of the lease, pack up what little equipment we had, and shut the doors for good. It felt like the end of everything I had worked for. But even as I accepted the failure of my business, I wasn't ready to give up entirely. I needed a job, any job. I started applying everywhere I could. I thought, with my experience and degree, finding employment would be a breeze. But Nigeria had other plans. I submitted applications to media houses, advertising firms, corporate organizations, anywhere that had a job posting. But the responses were few and far between. Most times, there were no responses at all. The few interviews I landed were discouraging. I walked into offices where interviewers seemed disinterested from the moment I sat down. They wanted someone with local experience, someone who understood the Nigerian way of doing things. My years abroad meant little to them. More often than not, I was told that I was overqualified for the positions I was applying for, or that they couldn't afford to pay someone with my qualifications. Weeks turned into months, and still, nothing. I was back to square one, only this time, I had nothing left. The little capital I had saved was gone. My business was dead. And with each passing day, the hope of finding stable employment seemed to fade. Nigeria, the country I had returned to with so much hope and determination, had become a relentless wall I couldn't break through. In moments of quiet despair, I would sit in the now empty office, staring at the walls, wondering how it had all gone wrong so quickly. How had my foolproof plan unraveled? Was it me? Was I too naive, too optimistic? Or was it Nigeria, a country that seemed designed to crush the hopes of its children, to bury their dreams beneath layers of bureaucracy, corruption, and stagnation? I had returned with dreams of success, believing I could build something meaningful here. But now, sitting in the ruins of what I had tried to create, I began to wonder if I had made the biggest mistake of my life. I wasn't just struggling to make a living, I was fighting to keep my spirit alive, to hold on to the last remnants of hope that had brought me back in the first place. But hope, like everything else, was fading fast. At first, I convinced myself it was just bad luck. Perhaps I hadn't found the right opportunity yet. But as the weeks turned into months, my optimism began to wane. The economy was unforgiving. Unemployment was rampant. Jobs were scarce, and those that existed seemed reserved for those with connections, people whose fathers knew someone. or whose uncles held sway in the corridors of power. The longer I searched, the clearer it became I had no place in this system. I had returned full of hope, full of belief in myself, but now I felt utterly defeated. To break me. I've tried to summarize these reflections, to keep them brief, but there is no running from them. I have no defense, no excuses for this small life I've led. The truth is unyielding. The world moves on, indifferent to my struggles, as it always will, just as the Earth continues its orbit around the sun, unmoved by our personal failures. Once, I had friends. I had plenty of them, back when things seemed to be going well. Friends, family, mentors, they all told me, time and again, that I had to embrace the rugged Nigerian spirit, to do whatever it took to survive and thrive in this country. Now that I'm back, I feel a strange gratitude for my renewed interest in Nigeria, an interest I never truly had before. I came home with no malice, no cynicism, only the belief that I was doing something noble, something right. But now, I see just how naive I was. I thought I understood this place, thought I could navigate it. But Nigeria had other plans, and I was only beginning to understand how far those plans would take me from my dreams. From the day I entered university, I had dreamed of serving in the National Youth Service Corps. I had promised myself I would wear the khaki uniform, serve my country, and be a patriotic Nigerian. The weight of that period still clung to me, a persistent reminder of my struggles and unfulfilled dreams. At that time, I was grappling with the relentless disappointment of life in Nigeria. My job had vanished, leaving me adrift in Abuja, a city where my hopes seemed to crumble as quickly as they had been built. I had taken the liberty of time to go for my youth service corps. I remembered serving with a sense of purpose, but now, all that seemed distant and irrelevant. Instead of dwelling on the past, I knew I should be moving on, letting go of these thoughts. After all, I was merely one among millions facing similar disappointments in Nigeria. I should be focusing on the present, on telling my story before it became just another tale of someone staring blankly into the future, whispering, "Everything will be all right," while wrestling with their memories. In that moment of reflection, amidst the chaos of a life that felt increasingly fragmented, I resolved to make a significant change. I decided to channel my energies into something transformative. It was a strange kind of irony, sitting in the remnants of a failed dream, contemplating another leap into the unknown. I had returned to Nigeria with such conviction, believing that this land, my father's land, held the key to my future. I believed that if I poured everything I had into building something here, the country would reward my efforts. But it hadn't. Instead, Nigeria had chewed up my plans, spat them out, and left me grappling with a question I had never thought I would ask: what now? After grappling with the question of what to do next, I felt it would be better to start freelance journalism. Also, I have always wanted to be a writer. So it would be a good idea to go to Libya. Libya had international media coverage at the time, so it was where every African journalist looking for action had to be. The decision to go to Libya didn't come easily, nor did it make any sense to most of the people around me. In truth, it didn't even make sense to me. Was this another mistake in a long line of mistakes? I didn't know. But what I did know was that staying here, in Nigeria, in this suffocating inertia, wasn't an option anymore. The job market was a dead end, and every door I had knocked on remained firmly shut. It was as if the entire country had conspired against me, determined to crush every last bit of ambition I had left. I had heard the stories. Everyone had. The dangerous, desperate journey northward, through deserts and war-torn cities, across the Mediterranean if one was lucky enough to make it that far. People called it the back way. Thousands of migrants ply this route, looking for a better life across the sea. A life that Nigeria had failed to provide. And Libya, chaotic, unstable Libya, was the first stop on that perilous route for migrants. It wasn't a place people sought out to settle, but a gateway. A transit point to something better. To Europe, maybe. To survival. For weeks, I wrestled with the decision. I played the pros and cons in my head, tried to convince myself that it was madness, that I was gambling with my life. But what was I leaving behind? A life in Nigeria where hope had become a scarce commodity, where failure seemed not like an option but a certainty. In the end, desperation made the decision for me. Maybe it was madness. Maybe it was another mistake. But it was a mistake I had to make. At least, that's what I told myself. I reached out to a few friends, people who knew the route, who had contacts with the smugglers that arranged the journey. They didn't sugarcoat it. The path was treacherous, they warned. The road to Libya was littered with broken dreams, with lives lost to the unforgiving desert, or worse, enslaved by the very people who were supposed to help you escape. But that wasn't enough to stop me. The risk, however deadly, felt preferable to the slow death of living in limbo, unemployed and directionless in my own country. As the day of my departure neared, I could feel a familiar tension building in my chest, the same nervous anticipation I had felt when I first returned from Bangalore, brimming with hope. But this time was different. This time, I wasn't riding on a wave of optimism. This was survival. And the uncertainty that came with it weighed on me, heavy and oppressive. I barely told anyone. There wasn't much point. The few people I confided in looked at me like I was insane. Libya? Are you mad? You know what's happening over there, right? They'd ask, eyes wide with incredulity. But they didn't understand. They didn't understand what it felt like to wake up every morning with no purpose, no prospects, no future. Libya, in all its chaos, was still a chance, a dangerous one, yes, but a chance nonetheless. And that was more than Nigeria had given me in months. Few days to the time I was set to leave, my mind was a storm of thoughts, crashing against each other, none offering any comfort or clarity. Was I making another mistake? Would I regret this decision the way I regretted coming back to Nigeria? Or was this the first step towards something better, something that could finally put me on the path I'd been searching for? I didn't have answers. All I had was the gnawing feeling in my gut that staying here wasn't an option anymore. My time in Nigeria had drained me, left me hollowed out and exhausted. I had given it my all, but the country had offered nothing in return. And so, the decision was made, not because I was certain it was the right one, but because I couldn't afford to stand still any longer. I thought back to that moment in Bangalore, when I had boarded the plane to Abuja with hope in my heart. I had been so sure then, so convinced that Nigeria was the place where my dreams would flourish. But now, as I prepared to embark on this journey to Libya, I felt none of that surety. I was moving forward, yes, but with a heart that had grown weary of hope, and a mind braced for disappointment. Whatever happened next, I knew one thing: I couldn't go back. Not to this life, not to this country that had failed me so utterly. Maybe Libya was another mistake. Maybe it was a step towards something darker than I could imagine. But at least it was a step, a movement away from this stagnant existence, a chance to escape the suffocating grip of failure that Nigeria had wrapped around me. I was ready to take that step, not out of hope, but out of necessity. There was no turning back now. I wanted to document the aftermath of what had happened in Libya after the fall of Gaddafi, a man I had come to respect, despite his controversial legacy. The upheaval in Libya represented more than just political turmoil. It symbolized a chance to chronicle history and capture the essence of a nation in transition. I made the decision to travel to Libya, driven by a desire to understand and record the impact of Gaddafi's fall on the lives of ordinary people. This journey was not just about escaping my own troubles, but about immersing myself in a story larger than my own. I aimed to document the transformation of a country grappling with its own demons, hoping that through this endeavor, I could find some sense of purpose and redemption amidst the chaos of my own life. As I prepared for this new chapter, I felt a renewed sense of determination. The struggles I faced in Nigeria and the lessons I had learned would fuel my efforts to tell a story that needed to be told. I was ready to confront the unknown, to engage with the complex realities of Libya, and to find meaning in the process of documenting history. I wanted to see it with my own eyes, to understand how Libya became one of the few African states to eradicate poverty. If I was to become a writer, this was the adventure that would kickstart my career. I agreed with myself that this was the right path. A few other reasons convinced me to take the risk. After multiple failed attempts to secure a visa from Nigeria to Libya, I reached out to a friend in Europe who had once shared stories about Libya. I explained my intentions, and she offered me some advice and guidelines on how to get there. It was then that I decided to travel with a Nigerian smuggler, who also happened to be a human trafficker. I gathered my belongings, my passport, my expensive Apple MacBook, and my iPhone, a Canon 600D camera, a rechargeable power bank, a backup battery, and a few items of clothing. The smuggler instructed me to meet him in Benin City, where we would depart at 2 a.m. the next day, which was a Thursday. Since it was only Wednesday afternoon, I planned to spend the rest of the day in Benin City, waiting in a hotel, and possibly spending some time with a prostitute. I booked a flight from Abuja to Benin City. Around 4 p.m. that same day, I received another call from an unknown number. It was the driver of the bus that would smuggle us to Niger. He told me to meet them in Agbor, Delta State, by midnight that same night. I immediately went to the bus station, only to find that there were no direct buses. I was told to take a bus to Lokoja, and from there, I could find transportation to Ochi. I followed their instructions and began the journey to Agbor, feeling a mixture of anxiety and determination. When I finally arrived in Agbor, I called the number I had been given. The man on the other end instructed me to meet him at the Eco Bank, where I paid the agreed fee. He then led me to a church where I saw a group of over 200 young Nigerians. Up until that moment, I thought I was alone. The man told me to pray and submit myself to God, so I did. Nearby, I noticed a group of young girls with a native witch doctor performing some sort of ritual. It was my first time witnessing such a ceremony. Most of the people who had prayed inside the church soon joined in the ritual incantations of the herbalist. I decided to keep to myself and avoid speaking to anyone. Around 3:30 a.m., we departed from Agbor and headed toward Abuja. I sat in the passenger seat next to the driver, who seemed disorganized and disoriented. His arrogance and ignorance were evident, his sweaty face and the dust-covered dashboard only adding to my unease. I worried about the many police checkpoints ahead, feeling a mix of anxiety and a reluctant trust in this driver, who had been doing this for a long time. The other passengers seemed at ease, even finding humor in our situation, but I remained tense until the bus had covered a few more miles. Less than 2 minutes into the journey, we hit a muddy, broken road filled with potholes. The driver had to carefully maneuver the tires into the right positions before accelerating. The noise inside the bus decreased, and we all fell silent for the first time. As we continued, I noticed 2 motorcyclists trailing our bus, sometimes riding alongside us. One biker began speaking to a passenger, and within seconds, the other cyclist swerved in front of our bus, forcing the driver to pull over, narrowly avoiding a ditch. The biker demanded that one of the passengers, named Katika, get off the bus. Chaos erupted. Some passengers shouted at Katika to leave, while others protested against the bikers. It turned out to be a clash between rival cult groups. The driver quickly called the smuggler, who assured us he was only 30 minutes away from our destination. The confrontation dragged on for several minutes as the bikers continued to demand that Katika leave the bus. Realizing this wasn't going to end peacefully, I decided to step out, despite the protests of the other passengers. I approached the biker, who pulled out a locally made pistol and threatened to shoot me. I had never been this close to a gun, and it was terrifying, but someone had to intervene. The other biker spoke in a local dialect, and I told him I didn't understand. He continued to curse at me, but I kept my focus on the man with the gun, trying to calm the situation. Just then, a car with 2 men inside stopped nearby. One of the men, an elderly figure, got out and walked toward us, exchanging words with the bikers. While the second man inquired about what was happening, my main concern remained ensuring that the gunman did not fire at the bus. One of the bikers explained in the local language that Kataka had sparked a conflict between rival cults in the city and was now on the run. They had been tasked with tracking his every move. The elderly man managed to persuade the bikers to allow the bus to continue, noting there were other people involved who were not part of their conflict. Whatever deal was struck didn't matter to me. What mattered was that we were finally allowed to continue our journey. The bus route runs through Abuja, Kaduna, Kano, and Jigawa. It was about 24 hours to a small border town in the Niger Republic, where we again transferred to smaller vehicles, and later in the night, through the border, it appears I was the only one with a passport, which the driver took from me and went towards the other driver. After a brief argument between them, he returned and thanked me for allowing them to use my passport to tender at the border. The second driver returned after about 40 minutes and gave me back the passport, and then our driver continued the journey. After about an hour, we came to a stop. Here, we were again transferred to join a convoy of motorcycles called Okada. The Okada rode for some 20 minutes into a transloading garage, where we were then reloaded into a desert truck that was to take us to Agadez. The journey from Agadez to Libya began with an overwhelming mix of hope and fear. After arriving in Agadez, we spent 3 days in a crowded and chaotic holding area, a place where time seemed to stretch and contort under the relentless heat. Every day, we were haunted by stories of those who never made it across the desert, people who vanished into the sands, their bones lost forever in the vast emptiness. The reality of what lay ahead weighed heavily on all of us. But the die was cast, there was no turning back. On the fourth day, just as the sun was beginning to rise, they herded us into a convoy of Hilux trucks, old and battered but capable of handling the unforgiving terrain. We were packed like cargo, squeezed into the back of the vehicles with hardly any room to move. The desert stretched before us, a never-ending expanse of sand dunes and rocks. As we set off, the first few hours passed in a blur, the wind whipping against our faces and the sun baking our skin. The days and nights melded together as we pushed deeper into the Sahara. The temperature swung from the blistering heat of the day to the bone-chilling cold of the night. We slept in short bursts on the open ground, huddled together for warmth, and relied on the meager supplies of water and bread that our guides doled out sparingly. Each sip of water was a lifeline, each piece of bread a gift. The constant hunger gnawed at our insides, but we knew we had to endure it. There was no other option. The desert was an endless test of endurance. Sandstorms would whip up without warning, turning the air into a thick, choking cloud. We would cover our faces with whatever we had, squinting against the storm, feeling the sand bite into our skin. Our lips cracked and bled from the dryness, and our feet swelled and blistered in our shoes, which were no match for the harsh desert ground. On the sixth day, as we neared the end of our journey, exhaustion had settled into our bones. Some among us fell sick, their bodies unable to withstand the constant exposure and lack of nourishment. We helped each other as best we could, sharing what little we had, whispering words of encouragement into the darkness. The landscape became a blur, a seemingly infinite stretch of nothingness that swallowed us whole. We finally reached Libya in the early hours of the seventh day, just as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. It was hard to believe we had made it, that we were still alive. But there was little time for relief. We were immediately taken to a smuggling camp where we were sorted into groups like cattle, herded onto an open platform under the glaring eyes of our captors. The desert was behind us, but a new and uncertain ordeal lay ahead. The true test of survival had just begun. Not long after, a group of armed militias arrived in 4 trucks and ordered everyone to climb aboard. None of us realized that we were being kidnapped by these militants. Among us were immigrants from Ghana, Cameroon, Liberia, and other countries. We were driven away and locked up in what seemed to be an abandoned prison, though it wasn't an official jail. As the day went on, we realized this was actually a slave trade camp. More than 400 immigrants had been captured and locked up with us. The camp was located in the desert city of Gatrin, where the heat from the ground could roast a live ram. It felt like no one would ever find us. I know you're eager to understand how I ended up here, trapped in the middle of the Sahara Desert, so let me take you back to the beginning. As the first day in this makeshift prison dragged on, I struggled to comprehend what had just happened. At first, I thought this might be part of the journey, but around 11 a.m., another battalion of militias arrived and began their operation. We were ordered to form separate groups, men, women, and by our countries of origin. They seemed to know exactly what they were doing, as if this were a regular business for them. We were then commanded to remove our clothes and any remaining belongings, pack them up, and step away. Those who tried to protest were beaten. One man at the front of the line attempted to ask a question and was taken aside, beaten almost to death to set an example for the rest of us. Afterward, we were processed into a shower in small groups, and afterward, we were allowed to retrieve just one set of clothes. At this point, I realized I had lost everything, my gear, my money, and the smuggler who brought us here was gone. We were completely on our own, and it finally dawned on me that this was not going to go as I had thought. I am a captive in Libya. The journey to Libya had been treacherous, but nothing could have prepared me for what awaited in the first city we arrived. This was supposed to be a new beginning, the spark for my next chapter as a freelance journalist, documenting the fall of Muammar Gaddafi, chronicling history in the making. I had convinced myself that in the chaos of war, I could find purpose, and maybe even a career-defining story. But as the wheels of fate would have it, Libya had different plans. The moment we crossed into the city, it was clear this was no place of opportunity, but a trap. I have come face to face with armed men who swarmed us like bees. I have sat side to side with death already. I have seen dirt, I have felt thirst, all this terrifying experience occurred because I have made yet another error, but it didn't matter now. They are herding us into a clearing like cattle, their eyes cold and detached, as though we were mere objects, stripped of all humanity. When it was time for orders, take off your clothes. Everything. Now. This were speaking in Arabic, the command cut through the thick desert air. Here there is no hesitation, you can't be stunned. Not a place for reason, or a place to ask questions, every action they take was swift and brutal. I remember one man, brave or foolish, I'm still not sure which, asked, "Why are you doing this to us?" The reply came in the form of a beating so savage, I thought they'd killed him. His body crumpled under the blows, and the rest of us knew better than to ask again. I was the second man to dare them with a question, would I somehow survive this ordeal? Because even a sliver of hope was quickly extinguished. We have been processed, naked, humiliated, and herded like livestock, led into makeshift showers, rinsed off in small groups under freezing water like items. The humiliation was unbearable. Now that my gears are gone, and my money too. I had been reduced to nothing, just like the others, and that's when it fully hit me. I was no longer a journalist, no longer a man chasing his next story. I was a captive, stripped of agency, awaiting a fate I couldn't begin to comprehend. They gathered us in the open yard and explained the rules of the camp. If we wanted to continue our journey to Tripoli, we had to pay 1,500 dinars. There was no other option. No money, no freedom. It was as simple and as cruel as that. I looked around at the faces of the men and women beside me. Some were blank, their spirits already broken. Others looked like cornered animals, eyes darting, searching for any glimmer of escape. I imagined I must have looked the same. But escape wasn't possible. The smugglers who had brought us here were long gone, vanishing into the sands with whatever payment they had received. We were on our own, trapped in a place where human lives were bought and sold with callous efficiency. As the days dragged on, I had more time than I ever wanted to reflect. There was nothing else to do. I sat, waiting, thinking, my mind a whirlwind of regret. I replayed every choice, every turn that had led me to this point. Why had I come back to Nigeria? Why had I risked everything on a country that offered nothing in return? And why, in God's name, had I thought Libya was the answer? Each memory I picked apart led me back to the same conclusion. I had failed. Failed myself, failed my family, failed the dreams I had nurtured in India. I had abandoned the safe, predictable path of staying abroad, hoping to build something meaningful in Nigeria. And for what? To end up here, a prisoner in a foreign land, my only value reduced to what I was worth in dinars. For the first time in my life, I truly understood what it meant to be powerless. I wasn't the man my mother had hoped I'd become. I wasn't the eldest son who would one day care for his father and siblings. I wasn't even a journalist anymore. I was simply another nameless body in a camp full of captives, a pawn in a game I couldn't control. But even in that overwhelming sense of defeat, something inside me refused to fully surrender. I told myself I wasn't a prisoner, not in the traditional sense. This wasn't a legal punishment for a crime I had committed. I hadn't been tried in a court, hadn't stood before a judge or jury. I had committed no crime other than fleeing the harsh realities of my homeland. And yet, here I was, an illegal immigrant, abducted and held for ransom. Justice didn't exist in this place. It was a mockery of everything I had ever believed about right and wrong. Each day in that camp bled into the next. The monotony was broken only by the arrival of traders, men who came to inspect the captives, to haggle over prices, and buy people as if they were livestock. The strong men, the ones who still had the fire of survival in their eyes, were chosen first. They would be sold for labor. The younger girls, some no more than teenagers, were taken away with promises of being given jobs at brothels. I didn't want to imagine what that really meant. And so, I waited, helpless. I watched as people disappeared, wondering if my turn would come soon, or if I would be one of the unlucky ones left behind, a soul trapped in limbo, waiting for a ransom that would never be paid. In those quiet, endless hours, my mind wandered back to my first days in Nigeria, to the hope and ambition that had once burned so brightly in me. What had gone so wrong? How had I fallen so far? I didn't have the answers then, and I still don't now. But in that camp, surrounded by misery, I knew one thing: this wasn't the end of my story. It couldn't be. Even in that desolate place, I still held on to one sliver of hope, however faint it was. I had come to Libya to document history, to write about the fall of Gaddafi. Now, it seemed my own downfall had become the story. This was a time in my life where I had more time than I ever wanted to reflect. I could shut out the noise of the world, and my mind would wander to different events in my past. I will dissect each part of my memory, trying to find where things had gone wrong, always ending in regret. As I reflected, I wished I had made different choices. I realized this was what prisoners do in confinement, ponder their mistakes. My life felt like a fragile flower wilting in the harshest conditions. I had even forgotten about my father, whose only hope was that I would grow up to take care of him and my younger siblings. As the eldest son, the weight of responsibility might have driven me toward the mistakes I'd made. Yet, I wasn't ready to drown in self-pity. I kept telling myself that I wasn't a prisoner, not in the usual sense. Something inside me felt out of place, like I didn't belong in this world at all. My thoughts shifted with a determination to survive. I promised myself that this wouldn't be the end. I chastised myself whenever despair crept in. Giving up hope was not an option. Instead, my faith grew stronger. Weeks passed, and I struggled to accept the brutal reality surrounding me. The unspeakable crimes being committed seemed invisible to the outside world. Did anyone even know what was happening in Libya? I had witnessed suicides, murders, lives taken casually, as if such acts were the norm. I was held captive, waiting for the ransom to be paid. Until then, I would remain indefinitely. I had seen bodies, cold and lifeless, taken away without ceremony. In any functioning society, this would be kidnapping, torture, and the execution of innocents. But here, in this market, it was just another day. If I couldn't pay, I would be sold like the others. I tried to think less about the horrors around me. Worry wouldn't change anything. Instead, my mind wandered toward death. I had seen people shot, others choosing to end their lives. Here, suicide didn't carry the same weight, it was a frequent reality. Death came unpredictably, yet that wasn't my greatest fear. Inside me, a conflict between good and evil had been brewing for so long, it felt like a parasite. Caught in an endless loop of thoughts, I often found myself remembering the day the Libyan conflict intensified. I had heard the announcement on the radio, Libya was now a war zone. I had rushed home from Jobby Garage where my friend worked at the motor park, where he worked on loading and unloading trucks from the north. The chaos of that moment now seemed distant compared to the current nightmare. It had taken me months to come to terms with Nigeria's economic decline, which had forced me into that kind of work. A friend convinced me that if I saved enough money from my job as a motor park loader, I could start a business or secure a visa to leave the country. Life in Nigeria had already become unbearable for a young graduate like me, a first-class degree holder in communications. Even people with master's degrees were selling water on the streets to survive. I had little choice but to take whatever work I could find to get by. At one point, I briefly considered joining my friend Barnabas, known as Barry, who had grown rich from internet scams. But I decided against it. Despite my qualifications, the harsh reality of life in Nigeria had nearly pushed me over the edge. These memories swirled in my head as I struggled to navigate the present nightmare. Now, with all this time on my hands, my thoughts were consumed by how I ended up in this place. My mind was trapped in the past, reflecting on a life that now felt distant. My dreams and hopes clashed violently with the stark reality of my current existence. I prayed for a day when I could reflect on it with some semblance of peace. For now, I had to be my own source of strength, a shield against the darkness. This version removes redundancies while preserving the original meaning. As I pondered my situation, it felt like I was watching someone else's story unfold. I was a stranger to myself, trapped in a fragmented narrative where past hopes and present fears collided in an uneasy dance. I struggled to make sense of it all, searching for clarity in the chaos that had become my life. The news about Libya was growing graver by the day. I had abandoned my job at the motor park and hurried to my cousin's room, where I had been staying since things fell apart for me. Desperate for information, I turned on the TV but found no local news. So, I went to my neighbor's place, where they had cable channels. Al Jazeera was already airing live coverage. Muammar Gaddafi dominated every headline. The world was counting down the hours until his downfall. He was a dictator, a tyrant, and soon he would be overthrown by his own people. All of Africa was glued to the screens, witnessing the imminent end of a man who had ruled with an iron fist for decades. Interrogating myself now, I can see why I chose to come here. Watching the news unfold, it felt like I was a spectator in someone else's story, detached from my own reality. The images of Libya on the screen, chaos, war, a dictator's fall, mirrored the inner turmoil I felt but couldn't articulate. It was as though I was trapped in a fragmented narrative, my past hopes colliding violently with the fears of my present. I struggled to reconcile who I had been with who I had become, and the disconnect between the two left me feeling more like a stranger in my own life. Not long ago, I had been a man with plans. Back in India, I dreamed of returning to Nigeria to start my own media company. I had imagined success, an office filled with creative minds, a publishing empire that would give voice to untold stories. I was filled with confidence, convinced that all I needed was a little hard work and determination. I could see the path ahead so clearly then, and I believed in it. But that dream had crumbled quickly. Nigeria was not the land of opportunity one had hoped for. My savings disappeared faster than I could have imagined, renting an office, hiring staff, paying for the basics. I continue to think of how the business failed within months, and how I soon found myself without even enough money to feed myself. I remember that my ambitions had turned to ashes, and I was forced to take odd jobs just to survive. I remember how I ended up at the motor park, helping my friend load trucks, but refusing to accept the job for myself, and doing whatever I could to scrape by. I remember the media empire I had envisioned had been replaced by a life of bare survival. I remember, sitting in my cousin's cramped room, relying on his generosity for shelter. I still remember how I watched the screen as Libya burned that first day. The news about Gaddafi grew more dire each day. As the world watched, I could see my own collapse reflected in the downfall of the Libyan dictator. His iron rule, like my ironclad dreams, was coming to a violent end. I had once thought I could control my destiny, bend life to my will, but watching the chaos in Tripoli, I understood how little control I had over anything. In my past, I had been full of hope and certainty, but my present was filled with uncertainty and fear. The contrast between who I had been and who I was now was stark. I had lost not only my dream but also a sense of who I was. The man who had confidently boarded a flight to Abuja with high hopes was now a shadow, living off the kindness of family, struggling to find any reason to believe in the future. As I pondered this, I realized that my life, like Libya, was in the midst of its own collapse. Gaddafi's downfall, but my own failure was a quiet, personal tragedy. No cameras were capturing my unraveling, no reporters were dissecting each misstep. Yet, the weight of my own fall felt just as heavy, if not heavier, because it was mine alone to bear. Watching the Libyan people rise up, I couldn't help but see a reflection of the battles I had fought within myself. Gaddafi had ruled with force, suppressing dissent, silencing opposition, much like I had tried to silence my own doubts and fears. I had told myself over and over that failure wasn't an option, that I had to succeed no matter the cost. But in the end, it was my own inner rebellion, my frustration, my disappointment, that had led to the collapse of my carefully constructed plans. The dream I had clung to for so long had become a burden, and like Gaddafi, I had ignored the warning signs. I had refused to admit that things were falling apart until it was too late. Now, like a fallen dictator, I was left with nothing but the wreckage of my former ambitions, trying to make sense of what went wrong. I remember turning away from the screen, my mind racing. The idea of heading to Libya had crossed my mind before. I had even entertained the thought of documenting the conflict as a freelance journalist, using the chaos of the moment to write a book that would jumpstart the career I had always dreamed of. But now, seeing the reality on the ground, I wondered if that too was just another fantasy, another doomed plan like the one that had brought me back to Nigeria in the first place. Remember asking myself then as I ask now. Was it another mistake? The question gnawed at me. The thought of running from one failure to another filled me with dread. But the alternative was staying in Nigeria, continuing to scrape by at the motor park, seemed even worse. My cousin had already done more than enough by letting me stay with him. Even the house was no longer there, marked for demolition. I couldn't consider anything other than leaving by all means. The dream of reporting on the fall of Gaddafi, I wanted to give a narrative different from what everyone media were giving. Gaddafi had a family, like myself, loved ones perhaps. But my dream of writing a big story was quickly replaced by the harsh reality of survival. I had thought I was escaping failure, but instead, I had walked straight into another nightmare. The camp was brutal, a place where human dignity was stripped away as easily as our clothes. It was in that camp, surrounded by despair, that I realized how far I had fallen. I wasn't just a failed businessman or a struggling man. I was a man who had lost his way entirely, clinging to the hope of escape but never quite able to find it. Libya was supposed to be my fresh start, my second chance at life. Instead, it had become just another dead end. As I sat there, reflecting on my past and my present, I began to understand that the problem wasn't where I had gone or what I had tried to do. The problem was deeper, rooted in the choices I had made and the illusions I had chased. I had been running from myself, from the failures I didn't want to face, and now, here I was, caught in the middle of another crisis with no easy way out. The only option left was to survive. I had to endure the camp, endure the beatings, and somehow find a way to escape this new prison I had found myself in. As I sat there, my mind wandered back to my own sins, my own failures. I remembered the last day I spent in my cousin's room where I had inherited an old chariot in the front yard of the house where I was staying. He had rented the apartment from a baggy man who had just moved to the central area. I had once met him, and his wife had complained about the government's unfair treatment of the original occupants of the Federal Capital Territory, forcing them off their land. Curious, I had done some research and discovered that after the Abuja demolitions, the government had essentially become the landlord of all the land. How was it possible that the government could take your land and then force you to buy it back? I had considered taking on the story, to investigate, uncover the shades of the agency, and break a big story. But I didn't even have money to facilitate the story. The man had asked about my studies, hoping I was a lawyer who could help him fight back. But when I told him I was a journalist, his disappointment was clear. All I could offer was to write his story, to give voice to his plight for whoever might care to read it. FCDA have been stealing and selling their lands. He preferred to sell his own lands now that it still belongs to him to buy another land from the government. He was offered a lot of money for his house near Mr. Biggs, and I was one of those who convinced him to accept the deal. The house became deserted, and most tenants have moved away owing to the news that the new landlord will demolish the building. My cousin has also moved his little belongings, but as for me, I was there because I had no other place to be. I was seated there, listening to the echo of my thoughts as they grew louder. I was my own audience, listening to the drivers racing in my head, my thoughts, my grievances, my pain, and yes, my dreams. I heard the sound of raindrops falling upon the windowpane, like songs from the birds up upon the trees. I could feel the calmness of the wind dropping within the low altitude and loftiness peak of the heavy, dark cloud about to drop down the summit of the Detnadir. I still couldn't believe how I had been living a life this past month with this feeling that my heart had been pulled out of my chest. It felt like the hole has grown bigger, and every day, my emotions was growing weary of the hostility of my pledge, the hardened, indurated mind that I have developed to protect the insensitive feelings over the foreign object of so-called loving skins. At this point, I agree that it had to be this way, that I must pay my sheer price for the sake of my incorruptible love for my dreams and high self-esteem. I have made up my mind, and I feel ready a long time ago. I just must fulfill the intentions that have been born inside me. The dangers are holding the best part of the life, but I have little regard for the effects. I must go with it. It was the 6th day of February, the second month of the year, when everyone is holding on to their New Year resolutions and trying to fulfill the dreams of their heart for the new year. Desperation was at its highest dominance, and time consciousness was given priority to the factors that double-crossed me. In the long run, my right to initiate the feeling of responsibility had disappeared, but then I began thinking in various directions to rededicate and give my energy another chance in a career. Actually sitting there waiting for my visa agent to call me. Then just as I was waiting, he called, which changed the fate of my thinking at the varied pace of time that I never expected. Knowing that everything has fallen apart for me, I was left with no choice but to try to go back abroad. I had tasted what life outside Nigeria had to offer, and though it hadn't all been easy, it was better than this constant suffocation. There was something to hope for out there, something that still held promise. I gathered whatever I had left. The last bits of money I could scrape together came from selling what little I still owned, my laptop, my watch, a camera I had brought from India, and even a few pieces of jewelry. Each sale felt like a betrayal, a surrender of what little dignity I had left. But I kept telling myself it would be worth it, that getting a visa and leaving Nigeria would fix everything. All I needed was another chance to start over. I invested it all into the visa process. I paid the agent, gathered all the necessary documents, and waited. I waited for weeks, thinking about my escape, imagining how I would pick up the pieces of my life in a new country. Maybe I'd find work as a journalist. Maybe I could finally finish the book I had been dreaming about writing. I clung to those hopes like a lifeline, unwilling to face the thought of what might happen if things didn't work out. Then the call came. When the phone rang, my heart leaped with a nervous kind of hope. This was it. This was the moment everything would turn around. But the moment I heard his voice, I knew something was wrong. The way he hesitated, the careful tone he used, my heart sank before he even said the words. Your visa was denied. We have to try another country. His words echoed in my mind, crashing against the fragile walls of hope I had built. I was speechless, staring blankly ahead as he explained that the embassy had found some discrepancies in my application. He said there was nothing more he could do, and that I would have to wait months to reapply, but I had already stopped listening. It was like a dam had broken inside me. All the plans, all the dreams, the countless hours of agonizing over what I would do once I left, shattered in an instant. I hung up the phone, my hand trembling, and everything around me seemed to blur. I could barely breathe. This was the final blow. I had no more money, no more plans, no more chances. I was stuck. In that moment, my thoughts spiraled out of control. Desperation flooded my mind, and I felt a wild, almost reckless urge to escape, by any means necessary. It was then that the idea of going to Libya was born. Libya, the same country I had watched crumble on television, the same place I had once thought I could document as a journalist, now represented something entirely different, a way out. It didn't matter that it was dangerous. It didn't matter that I had no clear plan once I got there. All that mattered was that it wasn't here. Libya felt like my last shot at salvaging something from the wreckage of my life. It was a point I had to stand by a single decision. The phone call, however, was to inform me that my application for a visa at the embassy has been rejected. Now I have another charge to which I have to disrespect the odds of the laws of this type. I knew I was only going to make a new sphere of choice from the list. I do for the area of certainty, have a long list of despair, and usually not very many alternatives left available. But here was my tentative complication, that I have to oversee the sharp side of either of the choices I was going to make. My conjectural thinking was, however, to be sure that I have any contingency left within my prior plans, but I was not at all in any position to follow any of the available expensive options that posed to be presented by my inner intuition. But yet, I was feeling the divination of my perceptivity to allow rational judgment in my head to get to my conclusion. With a blind zeal to make further moves into the depths of life, even the whole of the bushes, I could feel it. Seeing the frustration in the lines that run across my forehead, singing the song of sadness, I cannot allow the motive of the Broadway rendition to take control of the eternal me. These are, of course, like the provocative language of a lonely Chinese Shaolin master, lost into the wilderness of his enemy abode, or a Japanese samurai in the Chinese temples filled with kung fu disciples. In that projection of my defense into a variety of thoughts, I have resulted in thinking closely in support of my progress into the refinery of the lucent oven that I was left to manipulate. I resolved the peace I had left in the expectation of the fact that I could no longer tolerate my repressive resistance, pushing things down and trying to boycott every instinct of creditworthiness or punishment. I was aloof from the patronage of the embargo that I received in the letter of rejection. Now I know that the unknown me was taken over by the various organic sides of my being, and the chances presented before me were that the whole experiences of my past would either be of any use to my present state of mind. So I have to redevelop a persona to revolt against the rage and guilt that had brought my feeling into an act of outlaw, but in order to move on from that stagnation, I have to harmonize myself and propitiate my past and my present memories. While I was still bargaining in my head, my way onward, I couldn't facilitate my ease or direct my boldness into any use. My laxity, growing growing even stronger of what to do onward. At this point, I have given up. I have fought through tough and tin, at least I convinced myself of the fact. I sat there, knowing I had to make a decision, but every option felt like a sharp edge ready to cut into me. The choices laid before me weren't truly choices, more like illusions of freedom, each leading back to the same tangled mess of despair. And yet, I couldn't ignore the feeling gnawing at my insides, that sense of foreboding that whispered, if you don't act now, things will only get worse. But how could I act when every path seemed blocked? My plans, once so bold and sure, now felt like fragile scaffolding, barely holding up under the weight of reality. I had returned from India with dreams, with plans, but now, sitting here, all I could see were the lines of frustration etched deep across my forehead. I could feel the weight of it in my chest, like a warrior lost in foreign territory, stumbling through a life that had no place for me. My ambition felt like the solitary struggle of a samurai lost in an enemy's land, a battle I was fighting alone, surrounded by a world that didn't care. And so, I wrestled with my thoughts. Every plan I had once clung to now felt like it was slipping away, out of reach. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something, that in the chaos of my failures, I had overlooked a way out. But the more I searched for answers, the more I realized that my past, my dreams of success, were just that, dreams. They no longer held any weight in the reality I was now living. It was time to stop resisting the truth, to stop pretending that I could salvage the pieces of my life that had already crumbled. I had seen too many rejection letters, heard too many excuses for why I wasn't enough, why my efforts weren't worth anything. At some point, it became clear that the version of myself I had once held on to, the confident, successful man I was supposed to be, no longer existed. The world had taken that from me, and now, I was left with a hollow shell, trying to find meaning where there was none. I had to reconcile the man I had been with the man I had become. If I couldn't do that, I would remain trapped, frozen in a cycle of regret and anger. Even as I tried to make peace with my failures, the world kept moving forward. Random calls would come through, meaningless interruptions from a life that felt foreign to me now. It was as if life itself had moved on, leaving me behind, stuck in the ruins of my own making. I was exhausted, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I had fought through every obstacle, convinced myself time and again that I could pull through. But now, sitting there, I wasn't so sure anymore. I had reached a breaking point. The blind zeal that once pushed me forward was gone. All that was left was the painful realization that I had fought too hard for too long, and it hadn't led me anywhere. And so, I sat there, bargaining with myself, trying to find the will to keep moving. But even that felt like a lost cause. I had fought through thick and thin, but what did I have to show for it? In that moment, I realized that sometimes, it isn't about winning the fight. Sometimes, it's about letting go, accepting that not every battle is meant to be won. A lineup of some small buildings overlooking opposite where I was seated, one of them, in particular, is a small beverage and liquor store, the Star Lager beer poster, Shine Shine Bobo, boldly pasted by the entrance door, and the next shop was a restaurant, with food as ready placards standing with 2 legs pins deep into the ground, another one written in a black wooden board, placed beside the entrance, and then, there was the first shop on the other building. It was a mobile phone gadget repairs shop. It was locked. Presumably the owner was still in the East. Everyone had traveled for Christmas and are yet to return to the city. How I knew the owner was from the East. It was the name on the content neatly crested letter on the wall, painted in white and yellow colors, Uche Communication. Accessories. A bar was perhaps formed by thirsty customers patronizing the shop overlooking our front door. It was originally a provision store that sold sachets of dried gin and concoctions of roots and herbal mixtures. I remember trying this type of whiskey once at the Mammy Market during my service year at NYSC camp. My friends had convinced me that it was a secret drink to grow my testicles. You take one of these shots, and your balls will be strong. It will even help you last longer in your sexual enterprise. Most Nigerian men would gather in the evening to enjoy a drink or two, and the shop owner is keen to keep his customers satisfied. Taxi drivers and motorcyclists would often park at nearby corners just to quench their thirst. It was a common ritual. I used to find pleasure in observing them, watching how, after a few drinks, they would begin sharing the burdens of their lives, discussing family, relationships, and marriage. Their conversations would be filled with laughter, as they exchanged unfunny jokes, often in a degrading manner. Despite the light-hearted facade, the weight of their struggles was always present. Among them was one particularly uncivil man, the most abusive of them all. He constantly complained about his unfortunate wife, which explained why he spent his entire day at the shop, avoiding his own home. Men like him were often seen in court, embroiled in divorce cases or custody battles. While sometimes the fault lay with the women, many of these men were simply recalcitrant. I often questioned myself whether I could become like them. Could I, too, one day be the kind of man who seeks comfort in alcohol instead of his home? I feared that my state of mind could eventually deteriorate into depression, leading me to join them. After all, temptation is a powerful force, and sometimes, resisting it is harder than giving in. As I stared closer to these men and their nightly gatherings, I realized it was merely a temporary escape from their problems, one that ultimately worsened their mental state. I observed how they expressed their pain in a way that mimicked happiness, but only while under the influence. Once the effects of alcohol wore off, they were back to facing the same struggles. It was a vicious cycle of addiction, but I didn't concern myself with their after effects. I had my own worries to think about, though I found myself paying attention to their stories, trying to resolve my own feelings of guilt and failure. I argued with myself, trapped in self-pity and dejection, as depression pulled me into dark places. I needed to hold on to peace, but even my own confidence felt like a betrayal. Despite the rejections and setbacks I faced, I knew I had to resist discouragement. The struggle of the man I was reporting on had inspired me, yet as a journalist, I felt inadequate against the vast injustices of the world. The house, once full of life, had become eerily quiet, and the rain tapping on the window reflected the heaviness in my heart. My life felt void of meaning, and I wrestled with unresolved pain and self-blame. Determined to break free from this despair, I resolved to pursue my dreams and restore my self-worth, no matter the obstacles. The 6th of February loomed ahead as a symbolic day of my decision, whether I would solidify my ambitions or let them crumble. I was haunted by the weight of losing my job and my visa rejection, and the path ahead seemed narrow and fraught with challenges. As I pondered my future, I watched the world outside, the small liquor store, the restaurant, the mobile repair shop, all signs of survival and escape. The bar, where tired patrons sought refuge in alcohol, reminded me of the very traps I wanted to avoid. Their stories of frustration and defeat echoed in my mind as I wrestled with the direction my life was headed, struggling to maintain my connection to the world around me. I mirrored my own internal struggle, a desperate attempt to avoid confronting the reality of their lives. I could see the cycle of temporary relief followed by inevitable despair, a pattern I was determined to break. The internal conflict was fierce, between self-pity and determination, between succumbing to despair or forging a path forward. Despite the setbacks, I had to muster the courage to challenge my fears and navigate through the turmoil. The echoes of my thoughts, the melancholic rain, and the distant voices of the bar became part of a larger narrative, pushing me to confront my past and present with renewed resolve. In this crucible of personal reflection and societal observation, I faced the reality of my own choices and the necessity of moving forward, no matter how daunting the path appeared.